Thank you all. The function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays. So, I welcome you all, the chief guest, Dr. Surendra Panditji, our guest of honor, Dr. Arun Arora, our patron and president, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, and all the dignitaries, invited guest speakers, and the delegates offline and online to this 5th National Editors Summit, Unleashing the Publication Changes. So now, as I told you, the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays. So I request Dr. Uma Hariharan ma'am, Associate Professor, Dr. RML Hospital and BJMR, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, to come to the dais for the Saraswati Vandana. And I also invite our dignitaries for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony along with the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Hello. Let me check.
Jayati Jayama Jaya Saraswati Jayati Veena Vadini Jayati Jayama Jaya Saraswati Jayati Veena Vadini Jayati Padma Sarve Jayati Shobha Jayati Padma Sarve Jnani Dariya Bahari इस जग में तो जननी जयती जय सरस्वती सरे पाग मरे सरे मा परी मा पग मरे सरे मा पनी धनी सानी पग मरे सा जयति जय मा जय सरस्वती जयति वीणा वादिनी जयति जय जयति जय मा Jaya Saraswati. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma ma'am, for wonderful, pleasant prayer, and thank you all the dignitaries. So next, I move on to our next part. Now I request our patron and president, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, to facilitate our chief guest, Dr. Surendra Panditji, with a bouquet, a shawl, a memento, and a certificate of appreciation. Please join us. Photographer, please, where are you? Don't leave the stage, please. With applause, please. Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Lalit Gupta, our organizing chairperson, to present and facilitate our guest of honor, Dr. Arun Arora, sir, with a bouquet, a shawl, a memento, and a certificate. Sir, please. A big applause. आजकल हम बहुत कंजूस हो गए, तालियों में भी कंजूस हो रहे हैं. Thank you, sirs. Now I request Dr. Rakesh Karnawat, sir, Member Advisory Board and Additional Professor Anesthesiology, Dr. S.N. Medical College, Rajasthan, to honor our patron and President, Dr. S.S. Jha, sir, with a shawl and bouquet. Big applause. Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Uma Hariharan, ma'am. Dr. Uma Hariharan, ma'am, to honor our organizing chairperson, Dr. Lalit Gupta, sir, with a bouquet. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Rakesh Pandit, sir, Director, Production and Quality, co-founder and Director of Innovative Publication House, to honor our organizing secretary, Dr. Nikita Pandit, ma'am, with a bouquet, please.
Now I request Dr. Anu ma'am to felicitate Dr. Savita ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So with this, we start a little formal inauguration. To get to know, to discover, to publish. This is the destiny of a scientist. The Editor Summit will bring together editors and researchers in a particular location with an opportunity to learn from each other. Now I request, just a second, please. Now I request all the dignitaries to please stand on the dais for the release of the souvenir of the summit by our chief guest, Dr. Surendra Pandit ji, please. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Please be seated. Thank you so much. To give you insight into the event, now I call upon Dr. Lalit Gupta sir, our organizing chairperson, to share the details. Please, Dr. Lalit sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Dear esteemed colleagues, editors, and my dear scholars. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you all on this 5th National Editor Summit organized by IESRF Society under the theme of Unleashing the Changes in Publication Scenarios. Our primary goal for this summit is to bring together like-minded professionals who are passionate about exploring new ideas and advancements in the field of publication. As all of you must be knowing that ISRF is a unique platform where innovation and research matter, and it is well supported and developed as per the mutual interest with researchers and scholars. So our platform is associated with universities, organizations that connects proficient peoples with each other with a divine mission of work together as a result of science for the betterment of our society. As the organizing chairperson of this event, I believe that this summit provides an excellent opportunity for all of us to network with our peers, exchange expertise and experiences, and ultimately take our intelligence to the next level. I am confident that this event will be a success and it will arm us with the latest information to make the publication process more rapid, efficient, and equitable. The active poster discussion session later in this event is for the participant is expected to engage beyond discussing the data into unforeseen future that integrates rapidly involving process. We aim to provide a platform to all attendees to share their insights on the current state of publication industry and identify the gaps, the challenges that we daily face. Together, we can work toward overcoming these challenges and identifying the new opportunities for our growth. We are fortunate to have many distinguished speakers with us who will be sharing their knowledge and valuable expertise till the end of this event. I encourage all attendees to actively participate in the discussion and take advantage of the opportunity to engage with the experts in their respective fields. I am confident that our collective effort will bring about meaningful change and progress in the field. Once again, I welcome you all to the 5th National Editor Summit 2023 and I wish you all a fruitful and productive event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this crisp introduction to the event. Thank you, sir. Now I invite our organizing secretary, Dr. Nikita Pandit ma'am to make us aware of the achievements and highlights of IESRF. Nikita ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Savita, for inviting me. And distinguished chief guest, Dr. Surendra sir, Dr. Arora sir, Dr. S.S. Jha, Dr. Lalit sir, and Dr. Savita madam, all the team members of IESRF. I'm very thankful for your continuous guidance because IESRF is a name of learning and the continuous learning. The learning is a continuous process and we learn, we make mistakes, but we learn again. So here in IESRF, our main motto is to give the maximum researchers to support and produce the policies on research publications, and we follow all the guidelines and learn and disseminate this. So now I would like to share a short video of IESRF, which we did the events and the hard work with our IESRF team we did since last few years. So in between where the video should be loaded here, I just like to inform you all that IESRF is a group of association of more than 5,500 academicians and researchers, and we all are dedicated towards the research and its publication. And with the guidance of Dr. S.S. Jha sir and other team members, we are continuously working hard on the same segment. Thank you. Yogesh, can I request you to play the gallery? Thank you. This mic. Kiran, you can make a sound on your mobile also, because I guess there is a presentation in your mobile. Actually, it's an audio and explaining all the information what we did in previous past. So please allow few seconds to rectify the problem.
Scientific Research Foundation, IESRF, a leading association of
We welcome you to
disciplinary
this seminar
with Innovative Education and Scientific Research Foundation, IESRF, a leading association of multidisciplinary academicians and researchers who serve the society to create awareness about research publication, research policy, ethical policies, and research integrity. In the same series, we are trying to communicate researchers through one-to-one, social media, YouTube channels, webinars, seminars, conferences, medical journalism, and research journalism. Get a short tour of Event Gallery by IESR. Series of webinars on cornerstones of scientific publication included the process of research publication, ethics, plagiarism, citation, and publication. Successfully conducted one of its own kind virtual conference for dental specialty with the collaboration of leading institutions like Seema Dental College and Hospital Rishikesh, Faculty of Dentistry, Jamia Millia Islamia, IBSRF encouraged author, reviewer, editors by giving the training, education, and felicitating them for their hard work through IESRF Research Award programs. During the COVID pandemic, with a team of doctors, we served 24/7 telephonically and online system. Also created awareness about COVID and associated problems. We all are aware that tobacco is harmful to society through the leading dentist and medical consultant. We have conducted program series on tobacco. Research is the backbone to society, and we at IBSRF are committed to serve society for integrity, ethical, transparency, open access policy, and awareness about research publication. Thank you.
We will. Thank you. So in continuation, I would like to thank you all for your continuous support, and we do it. We can do number of things in future, coming future, and learning is a continuous, and we can learn. So research is the backbone of society development, and we are eager for the research continues. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this curtain raiser on IESRF. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and the leader adjusts the sail. The sails of this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and a person who gave us the belief to bring together this event. He is none other than our beloved patron and president, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, a renowned orthopedics, is also the director of Harish Chandra Institute of Orthopedics Research, Patna, Vice Secretary, Journal Asia Pacific Society for Foot and Ankle Surgery, of which he was the past president, patron and founder, past president of Indian Orthopedic Rheumatology Association, past editor, Journal of Indian Foot and Ankle Society, and many more to his credit. To give a red carpet welcome speech to everyone assembled here, may I take the pleasure of requesting a respected patron, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, to welcome the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Savita, and respected chief guest, who is none other than an international renowned Honorable Sri Surendra Pandit. Dr. Arun Arora, the guest of honor, Dr. Lalit Gupta, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Nikita Pandit, Dr. Savita Yogaraj, and none else, Dr. Mr. Rakesh Pandit. Friends in the audience, do I have my presentation? Right. So, luminary editors from August publishing houses, honorable faculties participating in the deliberation, researchers, delegates, distinguished guests, students, and IESRF team members. Friends, routinely when we light a lamp, we in fact invocate the gracious presence of the Almighty, but as the whole world is turned into violence, hatred, and communalism, friends, please permit me to deviate from our main discussion during this summit. The ultimate goal in life should be focused to increase our devotion to God all the processes and all the rituals that we perform, the ultimate aim is to develop love for God. Let me talk about all the religions, and talking of all the religions, let me start from Quran. The Quran Sharif ends out in these words. ए ईमान वालों, अल्लाह मियाँ खुदा बन ताला ने इंसान को इसलिए बनाया कि इंसान अल्लाह की इबादत करे. Meaning is very much clear. Now if we talk about Bible, it also says that once Jesus was asked, Father, what is the most important commandment in the law? And he said, the first and foremost commandment is to love the Lord, thy Lord, with all thy heart, all thy might, all thy soul, and to love thy neighbors as thyself. So friends, neighbors become so important. So in other words, love for God is the common message in Bible also. Now let us come to Srimad Bhagavatam. So Veda Vyas writes in Srimad Bhagavatam, Etavane Lokeksmin Punas Swartha Parasmriti Ekane Bhaktir Govinde Yatra Sarvatra Tadikshanam. That means in this human form, O souls, your primary duty is to engage in loving devotion to God, and that devotion means to see Him in everyone. Friends, now let me first of all welcome, or rather I should express my happiness that Sri Surendra Pandit Ji is here. Well, Surendra Pandit Ji is no ordinary mortal. He is one international, I would say, international person who has not remained confined to one nation. He has been working in so many universities, and more than 50 universities all over the world are being commanded by him. He has a Florida State University where Maharshi Vaidya University is being conducted. And look at the coincidence. It was Swami Vivekananda who established this university in 1893, and I'm very happy that Surendra Ji is continuing to conduct the activities of that university. Coming to Vivekananda once again, look at the coincidence. We have a guest of honor today present on our dais, none other than Dr. Arun Arora, who himself has devoted his services after his retirement from government service to Swami Vivekananda Charitable Mission Hospital at Jammu. Dr. Arun, we are really proud to having you amongst us this morning on the dais as guest of honor. So I can infer Swami Vivekananda is directly blessing us this morning from wherever he is. Well, friends, we are hopeful that the interest of the publication scenario is a concern from our end. The industry and the publication houses will not be lacking in coming to our rescue. So, our chairperson, Dr. Lalit, has already welcomed. I also take this opportunity to welcome you all on my behalf of IESRF as its president, and also in the capacity of patron of the organizing committee. Well, I am happy that official inauguration of opening of this summit, the fifth one, is being organized at this hall, which is situated opposite the historic Jantar Mantar on Parliament Street in the national capital of India, New Delhi. Whenever the word Parliament echoes in our ears, we are reminded of the historical discussions that have taken place from the inception of Constitution of Free India and this with subsequent turn of events. This again is a historic moment when a new parliament is in the offing, and it will help shape the new India. Will provide roots for the growth of a new emerging nation which can proudly claim to be running parallel, if not ahead, with the developments of the world. The Editors Summit, friends, all of us are aware, also involves the author and the reviewers. The discussion will definitely veer around the editorial process, the ethical standard, the various guidelines, roles, and responsibilities of editors. I must express my gratitude for being honored to be the patron of this upcoming historic event, and I am conscious of being so honored and have tried to serve to the best of my capability in championing the aims of this summit, and with everybody's dignified cooperation, hope to achieve the target by the time the summit ends. Just to introduce the summit, the editorial process is a highly subjective process by which the content of the write-up is created. This editorial process is iterative to improve the designing of the write-up. Invariably, this process consists of shepherding through the content life cycle. Editors are single point of contact for the authors, and the authors heavily rely on them. The author claims to understand the publication ethics and the standard guidelines. The editors will have to bridge the gap between the authors and the editors. The editors will have to make the authors agreeable and answerable to all the comments observed by the peer reviewer. The editor is a magician, and this summit will help better equip him with his magic wand in taking the medical journals to the desired goal and help achieve unparalleled height. The evaluation of performance permeates all academic life. For any scientific organization dedicated to publication of manuscript in various specialties, evaluation of the manuscripts from the nodal point, forms the nodal point. Concern of scientists for appropriate recognition by their peers is central to the working of science in a social institution. Not digressing from our own dilemma, I would like to draw your attention to the theme of this fifth National Editors Summit, Unleashing the Change in Publication Scenario. Like our democracy, the publication scenario also has gone for a sea change, not only in India, but also in the international arena. With the tremendous advancement in the field of information technology, and of late, the advancement in artificial intelligence, publication scenario has not remained confined to a geographical corner of the world. Rather, it is homogeneously spread throughout without lapse of even a minute. We are standing at a junctional point where the unleashing challenges thrown to the publication world are accepted as suitable changes to improve the publication scenario. Please accept greetings from IESRF, the parent organization which is being heavily supported by our two sister organizations, Innovation Publication and Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Sciences. Innovative Publication is involved in publishing medical, dental, nursing, pharmacy books and journals, online books and journals, and providing authorship services, and has editorial management portal also. All of us are aware of the fact that our concern in the publication scenario is connected to medical publications. We feel honored and privileged in organizing this summit. The purpose has been to strengthen the platform for the editorial team to discuss around the globe the latest publication policy, sharing of ideas and networking with each other and researchers in sharing their research work to the world. I am happy for your active participation from various esteemed organizations in this 2 days national summit. I am confident that this far-reaching exercise will enrich us all with the latest development in research publication. Your esteemed presence and your patronage during this physical and also virtual mode will prove to be a milestone in the publication scenario. Even with disagreement amongst referees, variety of biases when the system functions at its best, reviewers and editors serve as gatekeepers of science. I only trust and hope that through this summit conducted by various learned speakers will help evolve a self-correcting mechanism. After this summit, various deliberations undergone will provide a suitable direction and environment for publication scenario. Friends, in the end, I must compliment all the organizing team working in unison in finalizing the program, and Dr. Nikita Pandit, Dr. Savita Yogaraj, and secretarial team of editorial assistants for stitching things together, which is being unveiled now. I finally wish a grand success to this well-planned summit, and I am definitely in prayer for success of this summit. I welcome you all once again, and long live IESRF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words of wisdom are always a motivation for all of us. Nothing great will be achieved without great persons, and persons are only great if they are determined to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have with us Dr. Arun Arora as guest of honor. Sir is one of the renowned anesthetists who has a wide variety of experience in health and medical education at JNK, a social activist, a strong administrator, at present a senior anesthetist at Swami Vivekanand Charitable Mission Hospital, Jammu. To boost our morale, to kickstart the event, I invite Dr. Arun Arora, sir, to say a few words of inspiration. Sir, please.
Good morning and welcome to all delegates. It is great honor for me to share the stage with the legendary person, Dr. Surendra Pandit, the international figure and professor of astronomy. After my retirement from JNK, I decided to give charity to the institution so that the purpose of my life is fulfilled. I am working there as an anesthetist, and I have established a small ICU there and doing all emergency services to help out the poor and underpowered persons. Swami Vivekananda once said, Nar Seva is Narayan Seva. That is, service to humanity is service to God. I think by organizing such medical conferences, we are serving humanity in a real sense. I congratulate IESRF and wishing success with the conviction that 5th National Editor Summit will come up with the new innovative contributions to the medical science. I thank organizing team of IERSF, patron and president Dr. S.S. Jha, a multifaceted person, organizing chairperson Dr. Lalit Gupta sir, a very good and chief editor in the Clinical Anesthesia Journal, and organizing secretary Dr. Nitika Pandit ma'am and Dr. Savita Yogaraj, convener, for giving me honor to part of such event. With these few words, I just conclude my lecture and wishing you a very good time ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this booster short of speech. Now, the fragrance of flowers spreads only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Surendra Pandit with us. Sir is the International Professor of Astrology at Maharishi Vedic University in Holland. Sir has the highest level of educational achievements in his field and he has awarded multiple PhD degrees. As an educationist and scientific professor of astrology, Sir has delivered many lectures extending from North to South Pole, around 117 countries of the world. And on 9th of April, he will be awarding many PhD degrees from Florida State University. He is the epitome of excellence in his field and has made many national and international predictions who have turned true. I can go on and on with Sir's achievement, but I will put a stop here and invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Sir, to address the Augustus gathering with his precious words. Sir, please.
हरि ओम नमामि सेमीशान निर्वाण रूपम विभुं व्यापकं ब्रह्मवेद स्वरूपम निजं निर्गुणं निर्विकल्पं निरेहं चिदाकाशमाकाशवासं भजेऽहम् निराकारमंकारमूलं तुरीयं गिरा ज्ञानगोतीतमीशं गिरीशं करालं कालकालं कृपालं गुणागार संसार पारं नतोऽहं तुषाराद्रिशङ्काशकाशं दरोऽहम् Oh, my heartiest thanks to the President, Dr. S.S. Jha Sahab, Organizing Chairman, Dr. Lalit Gupta Sir, and Organizing Secretary, Dr. Nikita Pandit. It is my great joy to attend here for this innovative education and scientific research foundation and many articles, many things I have observed that this innovative education society doing highly good in a research area for the society. It is written in Veda, Om Purnamidah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadai Purnameva Vashishyate. पूर्ण से पूर्ण को यदि माइनस किया जाए तो पूर्ण ही बचता है। यह आध्यात्मिक दृष्टिकोण है और इस आध्यात्मिक दृष्टिकोण पर इस धरा पर आज तक जब वैज्ञानिक अपना अनुसंधान करते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से उनको बहुत सारी चीजें पूर्णता की तरफ प्राप्त होती है। स्वामी विवेकानंद 1893 ईस्वी में अमेरिका के शिकागो शहर में उनको भी यही टॉपिक मिला था, ओम पूर्णमेदः पूर्णमिदम्, केवल 0 टॉपिक पर बोलने के लिए दिया गया था और उन्होंने जो यूनिवर्सिटी की स्थापना की, मैं उसी यूनिवर्सिटी में मैं अभी वर्तमान में इंटरनेशनल प्रोफेसर। इस यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से पूरे नॉर्थ पोल से साउथ पोल तक बहुत ढेर सारे यूनिवर्सिटियों में जाने का मौका मिला है, देखने को मिला है। Our knowledge is structured in our consciousness. नॉलेज को हमेशा साइंटिफिक वे में ले चलने के लिए यहाँ पर उपस्थित जितने भी महामहिम विद्वान उपस्थित हैं, उन लोगों से हमेशा मेरा निवेदन रहेगा कि समाज को देने के लिए, समाज की तरक्की एकमात्र अनुसंधान पर निर्भर करेगी। जितना हमारी अनुसंधान माइन्यूट लेवल से लेके हाई लेवल तक जाएगा, उतनी समाज की तरक्की होती चली जाएगी। और इस मेडिकल फील्ड में हमेशा रिसर्च 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 की ही जरूरत है। दिन प्रतिदिन नई नई घटनाएं घटने को देखने को मिल रहे हैं, और उन घटनाओं को अगर ठीक ढंग से रिसर्च किया जाए तो समाज की तरक्की तेजी से होता चला जाएगा। और इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में इनोवेटिव एजुकेशन एंड साइंटिफिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और तेजी से इन पर नए नए आर्टिकल, नई नई चीजों का अनुसंधान हो रहा है। जितना ये अनुसंधान आगे बढ़ता चला जाएगा, समाज की तरक्की होती चली जाएगी। और वर्ल्ड वाइड संसार के बहुत सारे वैज्ञानिकों के बीच में इसका बिखराव होगा स्कैटरिंग रेज की तरह, और समाज में बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से सामान्य लेवल से लेकर हाई लेवल तक इसका फैलाव जब आगे बढ़ेगा तो देश की तरक्की होगी, संसार की तरक्की होगी। अभी जो कोरोना वायरस की जो स्थिति देखे हैं, इसमें पूरे संसार के लोग सामाजिक स्तर पर काम किए हैं। कुछ सारे वैज्ञानिक अभी भी काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे वैज्ञानिक हमसे मिले भी हैं, बहुत सारे देशों के वैज्ञानिक मिले हैं, और यही आशा से मिले हैं कि समाज की तरक्की के लिए कौन सा बेस, किस तरह का अनुसंधान लाया जाए। और इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में इनोवेटिव एजुकेशन एंड साइंटिफिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशंस के सभी प्रेसिडेंट, सेक्रेटरी, सभी लोग बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहे हैं और करते रहे, यही प्रभु से हमारी प्रार्थना है। और आप लोगों को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं मेरे तरफ से। अंत में प्रत्येक ईश्वर की जो छाया है, वी आर सराउंडेड विथ द लाइट ऑफ गॉड एंड द पावर ऑफ गॉड ऑलवेज प्रोटेक्ट अस। वेद, जो वेद का मतलब होता है ज्ञान, और ज्ञान हमारी चेतना में सन्निहित होती है, इसको जगाना है। और वेद कहता है अग्नि नीले पुरोहितम, मैं प्रकाश की ही पूजा करता हूँ, अग्नि की पूजा करता हूँ। बाइबल कहता है लाइट अपॉन लाइट, मैं प्रकाश की पूजा करता हूँ। और कुरान कहता है अल्लाहु नूरु समावाती बलद, जिधर जिस छाया में हम लोग जाएंगे, प्रत्येक छाया यही कहता है लाइट अपॉन लाइट, वी आर सराउंडेड विथ द लाइट ऑफ गॉड एंड द पावर ऑफ गॉड ऑलवेज प्रोटेक्ट अस। इस प्रोटेक्शंस के लिए अपने नॉलेज को सही डायरेक्शन में रिसर्च 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 के तरफ ले चलना है। और जितनी रिसर्च अच्छी होगी, सोसाइटी का जो बैकबोन है वो है रिसर्च। सोसाइटी तेजी से तरक्की करेंगे, और जब सोसाइटी तरक्की करेगा तो देश की तरक्की होगी। थैंक यू। अंत में चेयरमैन सर और ऑल आवर इनोवेटिव एजुकेशन साइंटिफिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के सभी सदस्यगणों को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for this holy spiritual speech, sir. Thank you so much. We are honored, sir. Now, gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul, and I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Dr. Sabita Yograj, convener on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Surendra Pandit ji. I'm also thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Arun Arora, sir. I extend my heartiest thanks to Professor Dr. V.K. Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, the Maharaja Seyaraja University, Baroda, for his inspirational message for this event. I would like to thank our invited guest speakers, chairpersons, and all the honorable delegates who have joined us offline and online. You all know that the organization of such events are generally the result of close cooperation among several groups and individuals. It is my great pleasure to express on behalf of the organizing committee a deep appreciation for the support and encouragement provided by such groups and individuals. My special thanks to our patron and president, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, for his constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our organizing chairperson, Dr. Lalit Gupta, sir, for his planning, help, and support at all various stages. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks are to our young and dynamic organizing secretary, Dr. Nikita Pandit, who with her hard work, constant efforts, and untiring positive attitude has brought the event to this stage. Thank you, ma'am. I'm very much thankful to the members of the advisory board for their constant guidance and support. My gratitude is to my partner convener, Dr. Amina Sultan ma'am, and the other organizing secretary, Dr. Ketki P. Kale, who are online now, for their support to shape the conference. I'm very much thankful to Dr. Madan Jayaraman, scientific chairperson, for his timely inputs and contribution. Thank you, Dr. Madan. I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to Mr. Rakesh Pandit, sir, Director of Innovative Publication Private Limited, for his support, help, and full participation along with his team, which acted as a foundation on which this event stands. Thank you, sir. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated members of the organizing team and the other members of Innovative Education Scientific Research Foundation, faculty and students of Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Sciences, members of Innovative Publication Private Limited, the copy editors, the support editors, the students and volunteers. I cannot thank everyone for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. So I need to thank them all. I'm very much thankful to our sponsors, IP Innovative Publication Private Limited, Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Sciences, Manuscript Peer Review Process, VMAX Global Services, Scientific Open Access Directory, and Kyati Education and Scientific Research Foundation. It would have been impossible to organize this event without their support. I would also like to thank our transportation team, accommodation team, hospitality team, catering, audiovisual, photographic, and IT technical team with cutting young volunteers. I express my sincere thanks to all those whom I inadvertently might have missed. If time is money, then today you have spent millions with us. Thanks to all of you for making this event successful. Have a wonderful day at the National Capital in New Delhi with historical places around. Enjoy the conference with happy teaching and learning. Now, I request to all of you to stand for the national anthem, please.
जय भाग्य प्रतिदाता साधु सिंध गुजरात विंध्य हिमाचल जमुना गंगा उत्कल गंगा तरंगा सद्गुरु नामी जागे तब आशीष मांगे गाली सब जय गाता जन गण मंगल धारी जगती भाग्य की दाता जय 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 जय
Jai Hind. So thanks to all of you. Now may I request the dignitaries on stage to please join us downstairs in the audience. As the student of Integrated Institute of Medical Health Science, Ms. Kusum has prepared a welcome dance. Ladies and gentlemen, our student, Ms. Kusum has prepared a welcome dance. Ms. Kusum, please. Can we have you on the stage, please? 15 minutes? 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you'll be joining back. So please, all of you. Next 15 minutes.
So hello again, everybody. I am Dr. Ashim Gupta. At this time, I would like to invite Brigadier Dr. Paramjit Singh Dhor, Dr. Arun Arora, Dr. Veena Mishra, and Dr. Vidya Sekar to please join us on the stage.
जब भी बोल सकते क्या करेगा
Don't disturb me. हाँ आदित्य के बात नहीं now I engage you.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Hello again, everyone. At this point, I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats and we'll begin the session. I'll start by introducing the chair people for this session. First, it's a pleasure introducing Brigadier Dr. Paramjit Singh Dhor. Dr. Dhoot was the Dean of Santosh Medical College, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. He is a teacher and examiner of various universities who was also awarded Vishisht Seva Medal, which is equivalent to the fourth highest civilian award by Honorable President of India for his exemplary professional services. Thank you, sir, for your services. He is the past president at Indian Society of Hematology and Transfusion Medicine and Delhi Society of Hematology. He is member of governing body of Stem Cell Research Committee, National AIDS Control Organization, ICMR, and is a member of editorial boards of various medical journals and is also a recipient of numerous academic awards. Thank you, sir, for being here. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Vidya Shekhar, who is presently Professor of Department of Periodontology and Oral Implantology at IDS Dental College, Ghaziabad. She has completed BDS from Manipal College of Dental Sciences in 2004 and MDS from A.B. Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences in the year 2008. She has many national publications and has been a speaker par excellence in many CDE programs. She is a highly effective communicator with fluency in multiple languages. Currently, she is a resident of Ghaziabad and she loves music and reading. Welcome, ma'am. Our next chairperson is Dr. Sankal. He has a very big bio that I have, so I try to summarize it for you, sir. So he did his MBBS from Rural Medical College, Parwara Institute of Medical Sciences, Maharashtra, and then he completed his PGDEM, PGDML, PGDPHM, and MPH. His research interest was evident since his undergraduate days, where he was selected as a special volunteer in research at the Human Motor Control section of National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke at NIH USA. He was among the very few students from his college who was selected from short-term studentship by ICMR. During the same time, he had been on editorial board of various student journals and was peer reviewing and copy editing actively. Again, he participated with great enthusiasm in various conferences and gave oral and poster presentations. After his education, he joined as a general duty medical officer in the Department of Medicine and TB at Sri Madan Lal Khurana Chest Clinic. Besides, he has been actively involved in research as evidenced by his 136 peer-reviewed publications and a book. Some of his published case reports are the very first in the medical literature. So just to summarize, he has been very prolific. He has done a lot of stuff, and I think we'll need a session to go over all his biodata. Lastly, but not the least, I would like to welcome Dr. Arun Arora again. And Dr. Arora is an anesthesiologist. He's a senior and in charge anesthetist and ex-administrator at Swami Vivekanand Charitable Mission Hospital in Jammu. He is ex-consultant anesthetist at J&K Health and Medical Education. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Aseem, I will interrupt this scientific session and I'll announce a few awards. And I will request the chairpersons to please come to the stage. Leave the chairs so that you can give some awards. Please, chairpersons, please join us here on the stage. First of all, I request the chairpersons to award Dr. Anu Sharma Best Editor-in-Chief Award. So please in the center, please all of you, please join us. Now I invite Dr. Uma Hariharan for IESRF Young Researchers Award. Dr. Uma Hariharan. Now I request Dr. Ishan for ISRF Young Researchers Award, Young Dynamic Dr. Ishan. Dr. Ishan, please. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to announce ISRF Best Editors Award, Dr. Vijay Kumar Jain. Sir, please. Dr. Vijay, sir. Best Editors Award. And Best Researchers Award for Dr. Manisha Verma. Dr. Manisha, please. Dr. Manisha, please. Best Researchers Award. Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, Manisha. Thank you, chairperson. Sir, please be seated for the scientific session. Over to you, Dr. Asim.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations to all the winners. Please continue the good work. So now we'll begin with the scientific session. And the theme for this session is open research. So our first speaker is Dr. Vijay Kumar Jain. He is professor of orthopedic surgery at Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences and at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohiya Hospital in New Delhi. He has over 18 years of experience, replacement, and musculoskeletal oncology. He has published over 140 publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals. He served as the section editor and associate editor of the Journal of Clinical Orthopedics and Trauma. He is editorial board member of International Orthopedics at Apollo Hospital Journal, Journal of Bone and Joint Disease, as well as Journal of Arthroscopy and Joint Surgery. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Jain for his presentation. Dr. Jain.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm thankful to the organizer for inviting me for this talk. And I'm really thankful to the Dr. Madan Jaraman, who has given me this opportunity to present this very topic, which is very sensitive to, at least for the Indian context. So I will just give you a brief about this and will be touching only the basic aspects. So my topic is article processing charges. Next slide, please. So as we all know, there are three persons. One is library administrators who are having a financial restriction. Then the researchers or the authors, which always try to locate best outlet for their research publication, but have financial constraints. And then there are publishers who always want to increase their revenues, and there's a new thing is coming, is like article processing charge. Next slide, please. So the academic publishing is undergone major changes, and it has now transitioned from print to electronic format. And the idea is to publish open access, is to give articles available free of cost to the on the web or internet. Next slide. So publishing journals can be divided into three categories. One is the subscription model, where the articles are published, and when you want to read it, then you have to pay some fee to those articles, and it is to be given by the readers or by the institutions. And then open access, the fee is charged from either the corresponding authors or from the institution or the research body which is funding the particular research. And then there's a hybrid mode which combines both the models of open access and subscription based. Next slide. So this is how the subscription based, whenever we ask for any article, they charges. There's certain charges for per article, so it will be costly affair. Next slide. So there's a paradigm shift, and now has transformed the academic publishing, and as a substitute of subscription publication, there's a open access publishing through the article processing charge is now popular. Next. So these are the major differences. This is my paper I have published during the COVID-19, and it has got many citations also because it was a really checking paper to Indian authors. So this summarizes what are the differences between the open access and the standard subscription journal. So obviously it is a open access is payable and it's free for all, and the license is not like copyrighted material, and it is always open for follow the Creative Commons licenses. Article sharing is allowed. Downloads definitely will increase because of the open access. This is less rejection rate is less in open access journals, but now when I have written this paper, then it was suggested that there is a high chances of rising in the citations, and the rejection rates are slightly less, but now the things are almost equal in both the journals, both the kind of publication. Then the speed of publication is faster, and there are other things which are differences between these two. Next, please. So the article processing fees, or also known as the publication fees, it is required for the open access, and also it is required whenever there is in the printed form, whenever there are more number of figures or more number of tables, the journals will be required fees for the additional figures and the tables, but it is not required in open access journals. Next slide. So the aim of the open access is to produce transparency and visibility in the scientific research, thereby providing equal access to discovery and the knowledge. So because these are the open access, it is available online, so there's a rapid sharing of the research, and it works on a model which is commissioned by the G20 and the European Commission. It works on the FAIR model, that is the findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Next slide. So how the open access changes the way in which the article is published. So all articles are freely available, universally accessible. The authors can hold the copyrights for their publications, and the copies can be permanently archived not only for the publishers but can also elsewhere. Next slide, please. So who all are benefited from the open access? Firstly, the authors, who can disseminate their work to the widest possible audience, and this will improve the citations. And also, it is not only limited to the libraries, but you can also find it on the net. So it enhances the literature searching, and the result can be results can be publicly shown because the taxpayers' money is involved. And then reading is equal in all, because whether that person is from the high income country or from the lower middle income country or the lower income country, all can access the articles very well. Next slide, please. So not only these advantages, but also the efficient research and innovation and collaborative networking is improved with the open access. Next, please. So the golden open access gone through various cycles, various processes, and at one point of time, the ABC is required, and then the article is open for immediately for the readers all over the world. Next slide. So why the APC is required? So APC is required basically for the clear administration and management, copy editing, text type settings, then professional production of the different formats like PDF formats or other formats, and then for the dissemination of the published paper in various institutions in the library. And also the process is also, the money is also required for processing to applying for the PubMed or PubMed Central or other areas. So, and it is sometimes also the monies required for some journals, some publishers also provide money to the reviewers. Next slide, please. So recently, the this Informa Taylor Sciences has started giving honorarium to the reviewers, and they have listed more than 40 journals so that they can speed up the process of publication, and they named it as an accelerated publication, and they charge us very high, and but also paid honorarium to the reviewers. Next slide, please. So, but the charges varies from journal to journal. They can like from 1,000 rupees to $1,000. So they can vary, and also the low and middle income countries are usually exempted, and there are some riders are there. So there is no transparent policy is there for the waiver, and publisher charges and APC in a gold open access business model, and it can be waived off partially or fully, but there is no transparencies there, and you have to apply it, you have to ask for the waivers. So also it is very cumbersome to understand the policies, and sometimes the authors get discouraged from asking the waivers. Next slide. So this is the slide showing the full waivers to the low income countries, and lower middle income countries can have to pay some 50% of the discount. Next slide. So how the APC eligibility is determined? So it is determined based on the WHO classification of the gross income, gross national income, and also the per capita or GDP of that particular country. And accordingly, that the low, high, low, and middle income countries are divided based on the GDP they have. And so it is very it is classified according to the WHO, according to the World Bank, and also some journals and publishers have a specific variations exist. Next slide. So, and it is also important to distinguish these journals, open access with the predatory journals, because these journals deceitful gives impression that they are the open access journals and they are the journals which are really indexed, but they are the warning signs whenever you have a mail which you receive, and the editors or the mail promises that they will give short time to publications, they have low APCs, and also they assure that also the assurance of publication is there, that it will be published definitely, and ambiguous information on email or web page, or the false claims of indexing, one must see that whether this is a predatory journal or the open access journal. So this compromises the article quality and also the review of authors and institutions. Next, please. So I have published this article with whether the article processing charge is really varied in the publication. Next slide. Yes, for the Indian context, if you see that there is this, we have a very significant financial crunch for the Indian researchers, and our institute doesn't pay, do not pay for the publication and research, and we have a very limited options of journals where we have to submit our articles. So, but less well-off institutions, academic students are unable to publish their work, though we have a lot of clinical materials and people want to publish it, but we have very little option because of this open access problems and because of this APC. So, in nation that hardly access the financially for the research, APC waiver is needed. Next slide, please. So the request of the APC can be made at the time of submission or when the article is accepted. And the problem is that whenever we request for the APC's waiver, there's always chance for delayed review process. And many a times it is rejected. So if they are not convinced with your letter of waiver. Next slide, please. So we can get either no waiver or we can get 20 to 50% of waiver. And sometimes only rarely the full waiver is required. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the approval of waiver by one of the Spring in Nature journal. And next slide, please. So also because I have talked about the transparency, we have written another article, can open access publishing be made just for the authors from the lower middle income countries. So it is defined by the Commission of European Commission, but it should also be jargon friendly, universal, sharing and transparent to each and everyone all over the world. Next, please. And so what are the solutions of APC? How we can deal with it? Next slide, please. So either your institution can become a member of the publications, for example, Biomed Central, so that whosoever is going to submit their article, the APC can be paid off. So in India, we have a member list. Only 3 of the institutions are member in the Biomed Central. Next slide, please. So or there are the journals which can be supported by their associations or the foundations or societies. So the journal can hold their whatever expenditure they have, so they don't ask for the APC. Next slide, please. Or the journal can make their sister journals. One journal can run on the subscription base, and another journal can be run where the sister journal is made, which can charge the which can be the good alternative for the balanced revenue of their main non open access journal. Next, please. Or there may be some reward or recognition to the river where the APC can be discounted. Next, please. Or if we have any research funding which can offer us also the publication charges with the along with the funding the proper research. So these are the sources. Next, please. Or there are institutions like AIMS which provides LRA to their faculty members, which is the amount costing 1.5 lakhs. They can spend some money in the publication fees. Next, please. So this is the full spectrum of open access. This is very well given in all over the websites. So next, please. So the new initiative has come up for this challenging APC is that some authors propose that the open access model of publishing can be divided into the green open access or platinum open access. The green open access can be typical of APCs. Open access publication by platinum open access can be non-profitable. Like for example, Public Library of Sciences, PLOS has given the model in which they don't ask for the money from the authors. They have certain things. They have made certain institutions as a members, or they can have advertising or subsidies or volunteer or contribution which can be used as a APC. Next, please. So the lack of for the PLOS, the lack of funds should not be the barrier to the publication. So they have opened two newer things: Research for Life and PLOS publication fee assistant to give some assistance to the publication fee. Next, please. So in conclusion, the APC should not be the compulsion for the low middle income countries, and we have to empower and support authors from the low middle income countries for this endeavor in order to enhance the medical knowledge and benefit of our patients and researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain, for your interesting talk.
Dr. Jain, thank you very much for an excellent lecture. I have 2 questions. Some journals need to pay heavily to publish an article. Indians cannot afford to pay $200, $400, $500 for the party. Similarly, I had an experience where I was invited to write a chapter for a book. Later, they wanted me to pay $800 for that chapter. They said, we'll take you to the court. I said, take me to the court. I have no issue at all. So why should people charge so heavily, especially from third world countries where we can't even afford to buy a journal? That's my question.
Sir, this, I want to tell you, whenever we are going to submit any article or any book chapter to, or accept any invitation, it is always mandatory that it is not a pre-dated journal. Because I receive at least 4 or 5 invites every week, and I always see whether this mail is a junk mail or whether it is a really authentic person who is emailing me. So I receive so many mails. So if anybody is caught in this, then there is always be a problem. I have written few chapters for some publishers, and after the submission and acceptance, they ask for the money. So I always wrote them, I don't have money, please give me waiver, because I belong to the low middle income country. India doesn't come under the India come under LMIC, low middle income country, but we can have only 50% of waiver, according to the World Bank data. Not full waivers, it can only be requested to the editor-in-chief on case-to-case basis.
One more thing is about, not connected with this, but sometimes you are invited for conferences overseas. So they are very goody to you, right? We will give this and that. But then they say, can you register, and registration fee is only $2,000. And this is another racket which is being run by some people overseas.
Yeah, you are right, sir. This is the similarly. I received so many mails to join the conferences based on my article I have published. They wrote me, congratulations, Dr. Jain, you have written nice article. If you can, it will be very happy if you come and present this talk. These are the usual ways, and one should avoid those things. So, and always confirm from the organizers or confirm from the website. It is really difficult. There are a lot of predatory journals are there, and it is really difficult to differentiate between these things. Yeah, sir, please ask.
We have to be careful about these invitations. So the invitation should be accepted only when it is received from official organizations. Otherwise, some scrupulous people, they come together and organize some such conferences. I will tell you one example. I myself accepted one such invitation from Sydney. Luckily, when I was going to buy my tickets, I asked my son who stays in Sydney, will you please find out from the hotel? And he told me the hotel does not have any information what was written there. So we have to be aware of it.
Yeah, these are like online frauds which happen to the bank. You give your bank number, account, and then I will transfer money. It's like that only. So you have to be vigilant.
So I added for a lot of international journals, sir, and you are right. So India does not classify as a low income country, and for Indian authors, it's very hard to pay APCs like $2,000, $3,000, and as Dr. Jha overstated too, please make sure do your due diligence, see who is sending you emails. There are a lot of frauds out there who are just doing it for profit. They do not care about you being a speaker. They do not care about your scientific work. All they want is money. So please be careful and be vigilant. And always talk to your peers if you have a doubt that is this party legit or not. So at this point, I would like to ask Dr. Dose to please give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jain. No, they do charge like $2,000, $3,000. Thank you, sir. So at this time, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Jyotsna State, who will be talking about hybrid journals. Dr. Seth completed her BDS and MDS from Saraswati Dental College and Hospital, Lucknow. She is fellow of Tears Product Academy. She has been trained in palliative care during IACC course. She has delivered more than 20 keynote guest lectures. She has chaired sessions at various conferences and conventions. She was awarded Chaitanya Nari Shakti Award of 2023, awarded as Young Researcher Award in 2022, awarded as Teacher of the Year 2022 by Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. Indian Achievers Forum of Excellence Records Unity Day Award 2022. So she has a lot of accolades. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Jyotsna for her talk.
A very good afternoon. Thank you for such a elaborate description. I little feel out of the way because I'm from a dental thing. I welcome you all to the fifth National Article Summit 2023. And a big applause to the organizing committee, which have done a really good effort, who put a lot of effort into organizing this, and the conference is really flawless. A warm greetings from Seema Dental College Hospital, Rishikesh. I'm Dr. Jyotsna, Professor, Department of Prosthodontics, Seema Dental College, working out here. You all are welcome to the Devbhoomi Rishikesh, because our next conference with IESRF, we are conducting DentoCon 3 over there in Rishikesh. My topic, which was being given to me, a hybrid journal. I thought what a topic would be. I find it little catchy, so I've added a new color in an open access journal. So we have a lot of color in open access: green, gold, platinum, diamond. So this is one of the new color which is upcoming thing, that is a hybrid journal. Now let's come to what is a hybrid journal. Now we all know that, let's make it more simpler language. We have two journals usually. One is the free open access, and the second one, which is the subscribed journal, we all know. When we talk about the fully open access journal, the reader is all articles, all manuscripts are open to read for the publisher, reader, authors, everyone. But in the subscribed journal, when we talk about the subscribed journal, in the subscribed journal, you have to pay. For example, as being an institution, I have to pay certain amount of money, and that journal will be subscribed, and then I'm able to read the articles. Now, what is hybrid journal? Hybrid journal is lying somewhere here. So hybrid journal is not, it's a combination of both the stuff, the open journal as well as the hybrid journal. Thanks to Dr. Vijay sir. He has explained, I think, a lot of things which is being included in this presentation. So now hybrid journal, for example, if as being an institution, I have subscribed some of the journal, but for example, the people who have not subscribed, the Y person has not subscribed the journal, but he or she will be able to read some few articles which are open access in that hybrid journal, right? So this is, so publication in a hybrid open access journal requires paying an article processing charge, which Dr. Vijay sir has very nicely explained. And open access is offered as an option upon being accepted for publication. Means that article, that manuscript has to go through a peer review process, which is the normal protocol of a journal. At the end of the when it is being peer reviewed, they ask you wanted to open access or not. So there the APC charges is being given by author. So now, how the inception of the hybrid journal came? The concept was first proposed in 1998 when it was recognized by the Walker's own Florida entomologist. He was the one, he has paid extra charges to make his article more readable than that journal. So from here, that concept came. Idea of that hybrid journal entered the mainstream from 2003 when the major publishers such as Elsewhere and Wiley started incorporating this publication. Now, there are various hybrid journals which are available. Few are like the European Journal of Neurology and the Springer Nature, which sir has given a few examples of that. When we talk about hybrid open access, how different from fully open access, I would say, as I told you, once the article has to go through a certain procedures, then at the end they ask this, that yes, make my article online open. So you have to pay certain ATC charges for that, and then your article will be online immediately. Now, when we talk about online immediately, we have further two routes. The one, the gold route, and the second is the green route. When we talk about the gold route, as soon as you pay the ATC charges, your article will be published immediately, right? It will be open access to all the authors or readers, everyone, right? But when we talk about the green route, what happens? There is a proofreading kind of a stuff which is being online access, but after that, within 6 to 24 weeks, it has been online access to all the readers. When we talk about the advantages, yes, we have few advantages also about the hybrid journal. The one is more visibility and higher impact. Yes, that's very true, because when any subscribed journal, we go and see a subscribed journal, and in that subscribed journal, we'll find few articles which are open access. So, but obviously we'll go for that article, and that article will be more cited by the people, more readability, more visibility, and more citation, because you are downloading that, you are doing some study, you are finding those articles open access, more downloaded will be there, more citation will be for that particular article. Now, copyright retention, I think that is a common license, there is common license copyright, and the one, what happened to subscribed journal, when we are publishing an article, so we are giving copyright to that publisher, right? So, but in what happened in the hybrid journal, that copyright is being reserved by the author itself. So you can put it on your own website like a ResearchGate. You can put your journal, the complete form, the complete text of that article. Coming to the high quality, yes, anyhow that article, whether it is open access or whether it is subscribed, it has to go through a certain protocol for the peer review. Yes, no doubt it has some of the disadvantages, because sitting in this online media in a hybrid conference, we can say that yes, it is somehow now after coronavirus law, we want that everything should be available to everyone, whether we are talking about the scientific researches and articles. So the disadvantage is that the first is double dipping. Now, what is double dipping? What happened? For example, I am the publisher, and I'm taking money from a institution, X institution, to get it subscribed, right? So this is one dip from my side. The second is some Y author wants to publish an article, and he wants that in subscribed journal, his article has to be open access, right? So I'm taking money from that. So this is called a double dipping, what we are talking about the hybrid journal, which is quite not good in our researcher community. Now, there are different level of access. There is a little annoying thing, because when we go for some subscribed journal, we find some manuscript to be open, some manuscripts to be they are not available to the readers. So there is a different level of access, which is little frustrating for the readers. Yeah, more expensive. I told you, there was a big discussion about the APC. There is the shedding of a lot of money is into the APC to get that online access of that particular manuscript. Now, limit innovations, because now what is happening? Hybrid journals are actually, there are a lot of open access journals coming out, and now they are just making a little the articles are little promoted in that era, which has to be read more. That articles are given less priority. And when we talk about does not necessarily transition to open access, now the more criteria is towards the making hybrid journal towards the more open access journal, which is good for the reader as well as authors. Now, coming to the conclusion, I will say that although the hybrid open access model enjoyed rising popularity between the early 2000s and mid 2010, evidence suggests it may be falling out of favor. Why? Because a lot of research council indicates publication fees for article in a hybrid journal will no longer be eligible for reimbursement for the authors, as there was a lot of discussion before. Researchers are instead encouraged to submit to fully open access journal. I would say that what is the future scope of this? The future scope, now there are current hybrid model will likely remain in place for some time, but more initiatives are towards making it more open access journal. And I would say there are few global initiatives are being taken like OA 2020 and RSS, which is an open access community investment program. It's a community-driven group that enables many stakeholders to evaluate and fund open access content. These are the references. And I would say that our greatest glory is not in never failing, but in rising every time we fail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jyotsna, for this wonderful talk. I think you emphasized a lot of things that Dr. John said. So I would ask our chair people if they have any questions. Anything from the audience, any questions for Dr. Jyotsna?
I think after Corona, everything is available on the net. After coronavirus, I think everything is available on net. Now nobody wants to pay charges as being an Indian to be more pocket friendly. So I want, in fact, I will prefer open access journal.
Right. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good mix. Thank you.
Can I request Dr. Arora to please come on the stage and give this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jyotsna? Thank you so much.
As we know, the hybrid cars are the future of the generation. In the hybrid journal, I think it will become its future.
Thank you so much for your wonderful talk again. So moving next, our next speaker is Dr. Vishal Tandon. Dr. Tandon is a professor at PG Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at Government Medical College, Jammu and Kashmir. He is also the editor-in-chief for Journal of Midlife Health and also serves as editorial member for various journals. He has published many books and research papers, both nationally as well as internationally. He'll be talking about regulatory requirement of clinical studies in India. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Tandon for his talk.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would convey my sincere thanks to the organizers who have given me this wonderful opportunity to interact with this forum of editors. And with the permission of respected chair, over next 10 minutes, I'll be just focusing on what every editor of Indian journals would look for when they are dealing with, you see, current regulation requirement, particularly when they are going to get some research, particularly with a new molecule, new drug, new vaccine, or even, you see, even if it is non-drug studies. So previously we were guided by some schedule, very popularly known as Schedule Y. But now the country is governed by new clinical drug trial rule 2019. So I'll not be going through what is new clinical drug trial rule, but what is going to be the editor's perspective, what is the checklist every editor should look for when they receive some manuscript, particularly from this field. So that is the idea of today's presentation. So with these words, I'll start. Can someone move the slide? Can I move from my side? Okay. Go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So we know, we all are aware of when the new molecule or new drug is concerned. But the first message which I want to give is, you see, the journey of research, and particularly having said journey of research, when it is related to the new drug or a new molecule or a new chemical or a new vaccine, right, starts from, you see, preclinical to clinical research, post-marketing, and finally,
this will come as a form of publication and a research, and that is the commencement of this journey. So at the end of this journey, what you did as an editor be looking for as a regulatory aspect, what minimum information you are required to submit, that is very, very important for us to know in the current scenario. So first thing is, please go to the next slide. The first message is, no, the country is not governed by Schedule Y with regard to clinical trial regulation. It is new clinical drug trial rule that is governing us. Go to previous slide, please. Now, here I would say, is it, I am audible? Okay. So the first thing they have defined is new chemical entity. Simple. I'll make it very simple. The new chemical entity is when it is at this stage of preclinical testing and nowhere in the world this drug has been approved or marketed. That is new chemical entity they have defined in this regulation. And if somebody approaches you for a publication with new chemical entity, you need to ask the ID, Sugam portal generated ID of this new chemical entity to have qualified that for publication. That is very important message. The second thing they have defined is investigational new drug again under this regulation. And investigational new drug they have defined is the entity. Again, it will be provided some ID by the regulatory authority. So it starts its journey from the phase 1 of the clinical trial. So this is an investigational new drug. So again is going to have some ID. So editor is now duty bound under this regulation to ask for the ID generated by the regulatory authority to have qualified as investigational new drug. And then when it is going through various phases, phase 2 or phase 3 or phase 4, and yet to be, marketed, and if it has completed phase 3 study, and when it will go into the marketing phase, here the entity name gets changed, and now it will be new drug will be the new definition for that. So again, new drug is the one which will be going through the post-marketing surveillance, and a real world evidence will be generated for that. So these are three important definitions in the regulation which they have defined. Please go to next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Now, the second thing they have classified is what is BA/BE study. So bioequivalence and availability studies, they are very clearly clarified, and they have asked the editors also to look for and ask for, the certification from where the BA/BE studies have been generated. The purpose of doing BA/BE study is many times pharmaceutical companies, what they do is there is some molecule already approved globally. They approach to the Indian regulators and they ask for a similar approval with a clinical waiver, right? But now, as an editor, if somebody is publishing some data, trying to publish some data, you need to ask the certification that what were the facilities where this BE/BE study, because this will be a comparison of the reference product which already has been approved. So again, BA/BE reference and certification is very, very important entirely under this regulation. Editor should ask when such type of study approaches to be get published in your journal. Next slide, please. Now, clinical trial, they have now redefined it, and a clinical trial of a new chemical entity or a new investigational new drug, matter of fact, will be defined when we are looking for some clinical, generating some clinical data. And when we say clinical data, particularly pharmacological data, pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic data, as well as safety data. And ultimate objective is to find out efficacy, safety, and tolerance, right? So again, when somebody is approaching some editor with the investigational new drug, whether it is a phase 1 study, phase 2 study, or phase 3 study, again, the Sugam portal is the portal which generates the ID for, a new chemical entity or investigational new drug. So you need to ask for ID from that generated portal to have a validation and confirmation that it is actually the new drug which the author is claiming to be published in your journal. Next slide, please. Now, they have also classified non-regulatory trials, and another entity has been introduced as academic clinical trial. What does it mean? It means, and what is the difference between the regulatory requirement of the two? Very important. Now, the first thing is, if you are claiming as an author and approaching your editor that we are coming for as a new entity under clinical trial regulation, then you are supposed to ask the ICI, Institutional Ethics Committee certification, particularly registered with CDSCO, DCGI. So that is point number one, very important. So if somebody is approaching under regulatory clinical trial, investigation new drug, so you need to ask in the IEC permission, as well as the second thing you need to ask is the CDSCO, that is the DCGI permission for the conduct of clinical trial. That means two important things you need to ask, right? The regulatory permission in CT4 form, and second is the IEC permission, particularly of the committee which is registered with CDSCO. Now, no non-registered IEC will be, you see, it will be uncalled if you are going to publish any IEC permission which is not registered with CDSCO and the person has approached under regulatory clinical trial. So this is very, very important thing to note actually. Now going to the academic clinical trial, anything which is non-regulatory, which is not a new drug or investigational new drug or any new chemical entity. So any research other than that, but we are generating this type of research from, you see, thesis form or discussion form or individual research, and those research has been classified under academic clinical trial now under this regulation. This is very important. And second thing, the biomedical research, all other form, whether it is a case control study, it is a cohort study, it's a cross-sectional study, in vitro, in vivo, or observational data, database studies, all has been classified under biomedical research and as an academic clinical trial. Now, so what is the regulation saying about these for the editors to look for? The editors now need to again ask the IEC permission, not less than registered with, you see, the DHR, Director of Health Services, ICMR, NATIC portal. So the point here is, if somebody is approaching to a manuscript with a regulatory clinical trial, whether a new vaccine, then you will be looking for an IEC permission of CDSCO. And if somebody is approaching under this category of academic clinical trial, any form of research, you now, by mandatory requirement, required to have an IEC permission of the IEC registered with the NATIC portal with DHR, ICMR. Now, if it is not, then again, it's a serious issue actually. The IECs from where the research is getting generated, they actually needed to be registered with both the portals, CDSCO as well as the DHR NATIC portal. So that is the second very, very important thing which in this regulation has been added. We go to the next slide. These all are the studies I have already made. You're looking for a new indication, new road, new dose, new dosage form, right? So all will be under the academic clinical trial. But point here is, when somebody is approaching the academic clinical trial, you will not be asked for CDSCO registered, you see, IEC clearance or something like that. But only the NATIC portal, DHR registration will be mandatory, IEC registration will be required. Go to the next slide, please. Next slides. I'll cover this. Next slide. Next slide. These all are the examples I have made. So this is the portal. So IEC registered with this portal, National Ethics Committee Registry of Biomedical Health and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So previously they started with 2019, and now by 20 they have made it mandatory to have registered your IEC to be registered if somebody permitting some permission under this. So if it is not, then I think it will raise even any article getting published in the journal. So editor must be conscious asking both the registration under these two categories. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is what I am asking, a regulatory requirement. If it is clinical trial, so a scenario can be, some institution can be have single ethics committee registered with both the portal. This can be scenario. Can have up to different ethics committee. So it is not an issue, but we need to look for a very, you see, registered IEC with both these institutions, depending upon the category of the research you are going to publish actually. Next slide. Next slide. No, they are even defined clinical trial protocol. I think this is not of very much importance. Go to next slide, please. Now, good clinical practice certification is again a mandatory requirement if somebody is approaching to an editor with, you see, regulatory clinical trial in particular, right? So you have to ask for good clinical practice certification. So that is very, very important requirement now under regulatory clinical trial. So what are the eligibility? What is the education qualification of the authors? What is the setup requirement? Are the procedures followed properly? IC is registered. So everything will come, role and responsibilities, they'll come under good clinical practices. So now it is sort of a regulatory requirement. You need to ask for this certification as well, particularly dealing with regulatory clinical trial. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I'll conclude because the major messages have been given. Go to the last slide, please. Last slide. This is very, just hold on. Previous slide. Last message I want to give you. Previous slide. Previous slide now. So this is the last thing which any editor should ask for now. There is CTRI registry number of clinical study. Very important. Now here again you should be aware of two very important things now. One, that previously it was not mandatory, but it has started its journey in 2009. An important date I tell you is after 2019, it has become prospective actually. Now, what does it mean? That any regulatory clinical trial, you have to ask the CTRI registration and particularly prospectively. So this is very, very important regulatory requirement now. But in case somebody is doing academic clinical trial, biomedical research, it is optional, not mandatory at present. So this is very, very important. If you can go to next slide and I can conclude with this. Next slide. This is the date actually. I'm sorry, not 19, it is 18. 1 April 2018, it has become prospective. Now, what was the scenario? Regulatory trials approaching biomedical journals later realized that we are not registered. So prospectively, they go. No, it is not possible to have a retrospective registry. You have to ask for a prospective registry before the start of recruitment of first participant. So I'm afraid that is all from my side. This is the basic regulatory requirement. I conclude with saying 1, 2, 3 points. IEC, both the registrations are important, mandatory now as a regulatory requirement. And clinical trial SUGAM portal ID number need to be provided, permission also need to be provided to the biomedical journals. And lastly, the CTRI registry, particularly relevant and valid for the regulatory clinical trial. It may not be mandatory for academic clinical trial. You may provide, you may not provide. So this is the current regulatory scenario. Somebody approaching you with new drug, new chemical deadly vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir, for an excellent talk. It is not easy to get permission for clinical trials. You have to go to a lot of channels and finally the UCPI, the ICMR. And why they are so strict? Because we have had a lot of fatalities. There was a trial in Indore. A lot of people lost their lives. But you covered the topic very beautifully. I mean, it's an insight into your knowledge about clinical trials. And I hope we do a lot of trials of a lot of drugs and other therapeutic material like stem cells before we actually put them into public use. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, you are Vishal Tandon. I told you Sushil Tandon. My apologies, your name is not.
Sir, I just have a single question. There are many Ayurvedic formulations that are available on the market and in all the online things also. So is it like in dentistry, since I'm a dentist, many of these Ayurvedic formulations are used in our mouthwashes and in other areas, but they don't seem to have any particular drug trial or registry or something of that sort. So please shed some light
Yeah.
on this.
See, now even they have included nutraceuticals, because many pharmaceutical companies, what they were used to do is by the name of nutraceutical, getting clinical trial waive off, right? So it's same in this scenario with Ayurveda, there is a separate chapter in that. So now you have to get even if it is the Ayurvedic additional requirement would be, you see, sometimes it is like already in use, some Ayurvedic product already in use. So you need to provide the biomedical evidence in the form of research or a real evidence in the form of safety and efficacy. That is additional requirement. But again, they will have to follow the same procedures. Same everything will be applicable to nutraceutical and Ayurveda after the regulation has come into place. So that is very, very important. And even some people, what they do is new dosage form of already approved drug. Now they have clearly defined any new dosage form, new indication. So it will be like new dosage form, approved drug. Again, it will be called as investigational new drug. So it is, you cannot get through, like, because dosage form can have its own ill effect. So even if it is marketed, approved, still you will have to go through whole through of the journey. That is very important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
When the vaccine for COVID was to be launched, there was a sense of urgency.
Accelerated clinical trial.
So, lot of controversy went on. Which one has completed all the formalities, which one has not? Any
Of what is called as accelerated clinical trial permission, number one. Second, they have a provision of clinical trial waiver, but it will be given in set of conditions. We cannot deviate from that. So what are they? Accelerated clinical trial permission is given when the situation, there is no unmet need available, there is no drug available, no vaccine available for the entity. It is a pandemic-like situation, it is a crisis. So they have defined it already in that. So what they do actually is how the journey is curtailed for 2 to 3 years in case of COVID. So vaccine is the example. What they did is they simultaneously asked to start the preclinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 study, phase 3 study, sorry, with a provision that mandatory phase 4 data will be provided to the regulatory authorities, both FDA, European, and in our case, the CDSU. So by that, when a parallel studies were going on, we could curtail the phase-wise journey, which will usually happen in normal course. So this is a provision and regulatory provision established, but mandatorily you have to establish the real evidence in the phase 4 study. So that is one. And second is the scenario which I said clinical trial waiver. This is a provision again here. Now, what again we ask here there is we ask, okay, get the all safety data from the world. Let me say some FDA has given some permission. So they approach to the Indian setup and they ask, we don't want to do clinical trial, they just give us marketing permission. So we give them, but 2 clauses. Number 1, first clause is they will perform a BA/BE study, bioequivalence study. The importance of that is it will establish with their reference product, which is approved, that it is not differing actually in the Indian setup also. And secondly, we ask them to provide phase 4 safety data in Indian setup mandatorily, right? So these are the 2 conditions. And again, if it is globally approved, and again, there are scenarios, life-threatening condition, serious condition, unmet need, even we have defined it under what is called as rare diseases. And rare disease now first time has been, you see, defined under this regulation. More than, you see, 1 by 5,000 is the incidence. That is now defined as rare disease. If such is the scenario and somebody approaches, there is a provision of, you see, both accelerated clinical trial and secondly, clinical trial waiver also in Indian setup. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tandon. I think it's a very important topic you touched on, and hats off to you for putting it all together in a 10-minute talk. I think we need a whole different session on this topic and will definitely look for your expertise on that. At this point, I'll ask Dr. Sankal to please felicitate Dr. Tandon. I will also request Dr. Savita to please come on the stage for this.
In the meantime, I'll request everyone, whoever gives the talk, please put your email ID under your designation. A person like me who's very inquisitive may want to know something. शाम को चाय पे मैं सोचता हूँ लेक्चर सुना अबे यार ये नहीं so you must share your email ID. So that people
I'll already shared, I think, with the team, either they have, and I request them to put in a group all my detail, right? And any at regulatory level, because I'm right now delivering my duties at regulatory level also. I'm in almost the 5 major committees of Government of India, whether it is the Safety Expert Committee, PSUR, clinical trials, and vaccine, and even the pharmacovigilance, which deals with drugs. So all the committees, any help from CDSU or any help from IPC regulators, I'm always available to this forum.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tandon. So at this point, I'd like to invite our last speaker for the session, our organizing chairman, Dr. Lalit Gupta. Dr. Gupta is working as an associate professor in anesthesiology and intensive care department at Maulana Azad Medical College, and along with the associated hospitals. He has more than 16 years of experience in the field of anesthesia and intensive care. He has over 80 publications in esteemed national and international journals. He is the reviewer, associate editor, as well as editor-in-chief for more than 60 national and international journals. He has authored numerous chapters in many books, both at national as well as international levels. He has also authored books on synopsis of anesthesia and drugs in anesthesia and critical care. He is the foundation member of Anesthesia and Critical Care Foundation Society. He is member of advisory board for International Conference on Technology for Education, Training and Business in collaboration with ARSEAM Foundation, and member of National Advisory Board for Innovative Educational and Scientific Research Foundation. He is member of various other societies as well. So at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Lalit Gupta for his wonderful talk.
Thank you, sir, for your kind word. Thank you, sir. So it seems like he gave me his outdated biodata, so he is actually being a full professor. So congratulations on that.
Dr. Lalit, you happen to be one of the best top 10 medical colleges in India. We expect a good talk from you.
So thank you, sir. So we are going to discuss a very important topic of a general, related to general, what means to be an ideal peer reviewer. So, you know, the word ideal itself is very confusing word because there is nothing like an ideal. What is the important is the consistency and how do you work. So you have already heard that it's the continuous effort that makes you the perfect. And the more perfect you are, the more real you can be an ideal reviewer. So from here moving, if I am going to search with my reviewers, there can be some red marks where I had to give in some importance in the past and some were other very good ones, which I would like to keep in my journal. So I always ask to my students, why do we need an ideal reviewer? Because a peer reviewer is an essential part of the scientific process and it is the core of the review, who critically reads the manuscript prior to the publication and then suggests recommendation as to whether the results are to be accepted, revised, or rejected. It means a reviewer, a good reviewer is the backbone of the editorial process. So, you know why it is important to know about the peer review process and a reviewer. Go into the past in 1968. There was a famous paper on weak and electromagnetic interaction that got the Nobel Prize at that time. But the paper was not reviewed because there was no reviewer available that could review that paper. No knowledgeable person was that paper. And similarly, there was another paper of Annus Mirabilis. The same thing happened in the 1905 and there was no reviewer. And you will be surprised to know that there was a paper, 15 papers by a single author, which were reviewed and later on found to be fraudulent, but they were all reviewed because the reviewers were not having the those efficiency which were not at that level. And the famous Krebs cycle, which won the Nobel Prize in 1953, was rejected by reviewers itself initially because the reviewer process was not well defined. The foundation of the reviewer process, the structure, the guidelines were not laid. So if you see the famous papers which were to be accepted and got the Nobel Prize was rejected, while those papers which need to be rejected were accepted and published, which was found later on to be fraudulent. So this is why the reviewer process is very important because it's the basic of your editorial process. So, someone asked me, why do I review for a journal? The reasons are simple. It was a survey which was done that showed that 93% wants to do it because they want to be a member of the community of the research community. 83% say that they want to improve the paper, their paper, they want to help the others. While 74% says that they reciprocate to the other reviewers when they are doing the similar work. And from 72%, the 61%, there are some people who wants to become the editor later on, and the reviewer process is the first step for them. So if you see, the enjoyment in reviewing is the main thing, which I usually do myself. It is the main time, my trophy for the reviewer process. Other things are the general interest in the area, the awareness of the new research, the development, the career development. As I told you, it becomes a foundation stone for the future editors. The help develop own research association with the other journals and editors is the ever-friendly network. And finally, the CAP updated with the latest developments because you are the first person who give the first-hand example of what is going in the medical field. So, what is an ideal reviewer? You get an email, you give the acceptance, you review the course material, you visit, you think something in your mind, then you go to the literature, you revisit the process, and then you make a constructive report and you submit the report to the journal. So this is an ideal reviewer, but it is not happens. What happens is the jargon of the email you get in your inbox. You are confused, which to accept, which to reject, but sometimes you reject someone. Then you visit to the journal site to accept the review, the article. You sometimes go for the material review for the you want to read something more on that, and then you give a hasty report because your time is nearly 1 or 2 days are left, so you don't know whether it is to be done or not done. You give just a report which is not up to a mark. Means you are not doing an ideal work. And what should be the effective process? You review, accept the mail, review the materials, visit, and it is good if you go and revisit. You see, you just save a draft and you go and revise your draft, what you have made, and then you finally give the constructive report. That is more important. So, you know what is the challenge of a peer review? The ideal reviewer, what is saying? From the author point of view, author says it is a very uncomfortable because he is sitting in the home and he is waiting for the result. The negative feedbacks just give shattered their dreams. The perception of the value, time commitments are something very important which people don't want to follow. They want, if they have submitted the article, it should be published or should be accepted in the next few days, which is not possible. While from the reviewer point of view, he always thinks of the fairness of the review, the very first thing. The questions about the validity of the result that he is getting. And the most important is the time commitment because most of the journals give at least 3 weeks of the time and reviewers have many things to do. So it is a very important thing what the reviewer thinks in that case. Now, if I have to describe the ideal reviewer in terms of the metrics, which is a very difficult thing to describe, I would say it is a complete paradigm of 3 combinations: the quality, the efficiency, and the fairness. And it is the equivalence of each and every quality which makes a reviewer the ideal. He has to be robust. He makes the effort to improve the quality. At the same time, he should have disagreement and divergence from the quality. He must keep aside his biases and he should be unbiased for a fairness. So quality, fairness, and efficiency are the 3 pillars for a ideal reviewer. Now, if you go, before I start review, I always keep the 5 men with me. They are, I always think what, when, where, why, and how. How it is done, who has done, why it has been done, and how it can be improved. So, coming to each and everything which I have tried to explain in the points, the first thing is the why, how. Knowledge and expertise is the very first thing. An ideal reviewer should have a thorough knowledge and expertise in the subject matter of the research being reviewed. They should have a good understanding of the research area, the concept. They should have the reviewer academic qualification as well as the professional experience. and they should be able to identify the strength, the weakness of the research, and they must provide the constructive feedback. Coming to the impartiality and objectivity, they must be impartial and objective in their evaluation. They should know, they should not have any personal or professional conflict of interest with the research or the researcher, should be impartial and unbiased in their review regardless of the personal beliefs or opinion, and they should provide constructive criticism and feedback as much as possible. They should have excellent attention to the details. Even the minute details in the manuscript should be in their knowledge. They should carefully read, analyze the research, identify any flaws and inconsistency in the report. They should provide a specific comment and suggestion to the improvement as much as possible. The reviewer should be able to identify the errors or omissions in the paper. They should have a meticulous eye for details, able to catch even the smallest errors in the manuscript. They should be timely and responsive in their work, because I have seen many times the reviewer keeps on at their desk, and it is the timeline has exceeded. We have to give in the one reminder, second reminder, and finally they review. So it becomes very uncomfortable for the editorial editors. They should provide their review within the specified deadlines. They should be available to communicate with the editor and authors if needed. The most important part is the confidentiality and professionalism. They should maintain the confidentiality and professionalism, as they should not disclose any information to their students or other peer review groups. They should conduct themselves in a professional manner and should be respectful to the author and their work. Their report should not be derogatory to the author, because the authors are sometimes our students. They are just trying to learn how to write, and if you give the comments, what happens? It shatters their morals. So the comments should be not disrespectful to any type of author. They should be open-minded and willing to consider the alternative perspectives. They should not dismiss any idea or concept without proper consideration. Should provide constructive criticism, which while also recognizing the strength of the research. An ideal reviewer should be open to new ideas and willing to consider alternative interpretation of the manuscript. It should not be like, if they have thought it should be like this. No, if there is something different, it should be accepted. Regarding the communication, they should be effective communicators. They should be able to provide clear and concise feedback to the author, as well as to provide the detailed explanation of their comment. They should not give, okay, it was okay. If they are written, the manuscript was very good, it can be accepted. No, they should write the points which are the strength, which are the weakness of the manuscript. And moreover, they should be willing to collaborate the work with the author and the general editorial team to improve the quality of the manuscript and the publication process. Because this is why most of them work for their interest. If you see, this was a study done by the BMC Medical Research Methodology. They found what is the most important part of the reviewer's comment for a manuscript. And they mentioned it as the structure of the reviewer's comment is the most important, and followed by the characteristic of the reviewer comment, which includes the details, thoroughness, the constructiveness, the tone in which the slide is done, the fairness, the knowledge, and the clarity of the thoughts of the reviewer. So, what does peer reviewer actually do? The last 3 points should not be done, the top 2 should be done. What improve the quality, the ensure the previous work is acknowledged, determine the importance of finding, the highlight any omission in reference list and ethics concerns. What editors looks for an ideal reviewer? So what do I look for my reviewers? I see if they work in the right area, there is no conflict of interest with the manuscript, they should be enthusiastic enough, experienced, available, timely done their reviews, they should be effective, observe the rules of ethics, fair and objective, and not aggressively critical. This is the minimum requirement from my side. And what makes a good peer reviewer? Make peer review part of the training with the supervision. It should be instituted from your medical college where the students are studying, so that they should know how to review an article and give the critic comments. Hide the identity of the author so that there should not be any bias. Require reviewers to disclose absence of bias and publish a peer review also for every paper accepted or rejected online, so that the others can see what the others have thought about that paper. What makes a good reviewer? Actually, it is said, there is a study, it is not my opinion, but people used to say that a reviewer of less than 40 years is a good reviewer because he has enough time to give to the journal. Although the more the senior person, the more is the best reviewer. But still, senior person goes to the editorial board and the younger one goes to the reviewer board. That's why they say less than 40 is a good one. Other than it should be from top academic institution, but it's a big question mark because the people with their interest can be a good reviewer and he can be from any institution. The other thing, he should be well known to the auditor because it helps in choosing the right reviewer. The methodological training of statistics and epidemiology should be the basic and should be given to the reviewer. Blinded to the identity of the manuscript author is also very important. And if these criteria is met, sometimes the study has been done which showed that the probability of a good review is 87%. So I would like to give some tips for the good reviewer. Be courteous and constructive. Your role is advising, not deciding. Try to suggest improvement no matter what the outcome may be. Maintain the confidentiality. Do not review work for those who you know well. Spend at least 1 hour on the review. Search for the related work, write as you would like it to be written. Most important is the report should be in your own work. So the tips being, find the time, make note of the deadline, ask for the extension if you need. Be intentional, you should have a desire from inside to review. It should not be compulsory, you have to do 4 or 5 reviews in a year. It should be from your inside. Do not worry about the formatting. It is the taken by the team behind in the editorial office who do the formatting errors. Good content for all researchers is what you need. Read the reviewer guideline, please, before doing any review. Ask for the guideline if it is not available with you. Be aware of the mission of the organization for which you are doing. It should not be likely that it should not meet the aims and scope of the journal. You should be able to say no if you are not want to do, and you must recommend it to others because you should not keep it with you for long and you are not doing it. It is a bad character of a reviewer. Do not overburden yourself. Recommend another colleague. Great opportunity to help train your students and postdocs as peer review. Feel free to say no, but also let us know when you can do it because you should also give a timeline. I am available after 3 months or 4 months. Be bold and constructive with your feedback. Do not give any feedback you would want to receive. Get credit for your work from the Web of Science and Publications, which gives the reviewer certificates. Sign up for an ORCID ID. Let the editor know what aspect of paper you feel most competent to do. Because there are many branches of many subparts of a paper or of a medical science which you can review best. So in summary, a good peer reviewer knows the relevant field, the pre-existing research and the leading issues there, and is able to step across often diverse streams in the field. They have a concern for positioning of the work in larger issues of the field as well as for the technical detail of the work. And the best ideal one is the referees who know are knowledgeable, enthusiastic, and committed to getting the best of the manuscript for the betterment of the society. So you should get the courses done from some example like from Web of Science and the Publications, which give the proper peer reviewer certificates after a course completion, and there are the few guidelines which are already online available, which show the common mistake that you do during the reviews. With this, I would like to say, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Go and multiply your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagesh. It's a beautiful thought you gave. Use some journal. Suppose I review an article, I accept it for publication. उनका reply आता है कि some other reviewers have said not accept. Then when I ask the editorial team, बताओ why not they are not ready to share. I don't think
No, sir, this is not a, this is the incorrect practice. Everything I have told you should be online, whatever you have reviewed, and the reason of your rejection or acceptance.
So they know that they will take it.
Yes. Thank you. Also.
So there are many journals which ask for the author to suggest some reviewers which they would suggest, but then the authors would suggest reviewers that they know. And as per your presentation, it's
Ma'am,
not.
this is the policy of the many of the journals, especially with the Springer, Curious, and Frontier. What they do, they ask there is a call up to suggest the reviewer. But choosing the reviewer as suggested by the author is predominantly with the field of the editor. If he thinks the person who he has referred is an ORCID ID which has the sufficient editorials, sufficient reviews with a name, and he thinks that he is quite biased, that can be seen from his profile. He can suggest those authors too. But if he thinks it is not compatible and he is only for the sake of the acceptance of the, then he can reject all those. So it is up to the editor how to, it is basically the work of the editorial office. They should go and check the profile of the editor, the reviewer, if they have finished.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. number of the policy or technique by which the journal the editorial board, they actually increase their number of required 90 pages. I think this is another reason. Because if they are not included in this review, they will be included in some other review.
Thank you, sir. That was a very good point, and you asked a very good question, ma'am. And that's actually the job of the editor to make sure the reviewers suggested by the authors do not have a conflict of interest with the authors. So thank you, Dr. Gupta. So at this time, I would like Dr. Vidya to please come on the stage and give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gupta. Thank you, sir. I would request Professor Jha to please come on the stage and give these certificates of appreciation and our thanks to all our wonderful chairpersons. So first, I would like to request Dr. Doe to please come on the stage, sir. I would also like to invite Dr. Pandit on the stage, please. So can you please join us here as well? Next, can we please honor Dr. Vidya Shekhar? Thank you, ma'am. I would like Dr. Sankal to be on the stage, please. Dr. Pandit, please. I would ask Dr. Arora to please come on the center stage. So I'll request all the dignitaries to please stay on the stage for a minute. So we have two special things we're going to do. I have this certificate for best reviewer for IGTA, which goes to Dr. Amol Bansal. I'll ask Dr. Jha to please. Thank you. I'll still request all the dignitaries to please stay on the stage. So we'll be doing a book launching now. And this is a book by Dr. Pooja Kanodia. The title of the book is Comprehensive Science of Optometry. It's the first edition. Dr. Kanodia is currently an associate professor at Integral Institute of Medical Sciences and Research in Lucknow. She pursued her MBBS and MS in ophthalmology from LLRM Medical College, Meerut, and she is a fellowship trained in comprehensive ophthalmology from Shroff Charity Eye Hospital in New Delhi. She has been awarded several gold medals during her undergrad as well as her post-graduation. She is a merit list holder in board examination, an avid researcher with many publications in various journals of national and international repute to her credits, and she has an illustrious teaching experience of almost 2 decades. She has worked at Indraprasth Apollo Hospital and Sanjay Gandhi Memorial Hospital in New Delhi, as well as the TCI Center in Lucknow. I would request Dr. Kanodia to please come on the stage so we can do the book launching. Yeah, please open the floor. Now I'll request Professor Jha to give this certificate to Dr. Kanodia as well. At this point, I would take the opportunity to invite Dr. Kanodia to the podium here with me and say a few words. Dr. Kanodia.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's my pleasure to be a part of this National Editor Summit 2023. At the outset, I would like to say कि मैं अकेला नहीं चला था राहे मंजिल मगर लोग मिलते गए और कारवा बनता गया आसान नहीं था ये थॉट कि बुक कभी लिख पाऊंगी एक्चुअली ये आइडिया माइंड में तब आया आई एम प्रोफेसर इन मिडिल कॉलेज तो ये जो सेक्शन है ऑप्टोमेट्री स्टूडेंट्स जिसके लिए मैंने बुक फ्रेम करी है ये आते थे हमारे पास कि हमें कहाँ से पढ़ना है एक्चुअली इनका कोर्स थोड़ा वेरीड था एंड दे वर नॉट हैविंग ए प्रॉपर बुक कंप्लीट बुक जहाँ पे उनका सारा सिलेबस हो बस वहीं से ये आइडिया क्लिक करा कि कोई ऐसी बुक फ्रेम की जाए जिसमें इनका कंप्लीट कोर्स कवर हो जाए तो दैट वाज अ लिटिल ट्राई फ्रॉम माय साइड आई टुक द ब्लेसिंग्स ऑफ गॉड माय पेरेंट्स my seniors and special thanks to my family my husband and innovative publication जिन्होंने हेल्प करी मेरे इस ड्रीम को सच करने में स्पेशल थैंक्स टू राकेश सर मिस्टर चेतन कई बार रात में भी कुछ आइडिया आता था तो हमेशा सपोर्ट इन लोगों का मिलता था so it's my pleasure to be a part of this event thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
So thank you. So with this, we'll conclude this section. I would like to thank all the chairpersons, Dr. Pandit, Dr. Jha, all the delegates, all the speakers for giving us this wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you.
Exemplary, if I can say, you have done very great justice to this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Rupali Gupta, lecturer at Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Sciences. First of all, I would like to thank to all the audience waiting so patiently for our next act. As we all know, dance has no barriers. It is something that everyone can feel, everyone can understand, and definitely something everyone can enjoy. So let's take a moment to say thanks to you, to the coronavirus helpers through a wonderful dance by the students of Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Sciences. हाँ बेटा, बेटा रोज न्यूज में डॉक्टरों के बारे में देखा क्या कहता है? उनको लोग इसके बारे से साथ चलते हैं ऐसे
मैं आज इस मंच के सामने ये बात नमूद करना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोगों को हमारे जो डॉक्टर्स हैं ये केवल अपने ऑपरेशन थिएटर में या अपने हॉस्पिटल या क्लिनिक्स के कुर्सियों पर बैठ के रोगियों का निदान करते हुए ही नजर आते हैं, मगर क्या ये चीज सभी को पता है कि हर वैद्यकीय चिकित्सक एक वैज्ञानिक के रूप में भी होता है। ये लोग अपने सहकारियों को और पूरे मेडिकल फील्ड को अपने रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी के अनुभव अपने विकास करते हैं। सबसे कहना चाहूंगा कि हम काफी कुछ नसीब समझते हैं खुद को कि हम ऐसे अनुभवी वैद्य चिकित्सकों को जो कि वैज्ञानिक के दरबार ही है उनके शोध प्रबंध हम लोग प्रस्तावित कर सकते हैं। पूरी जगह इस तरह मालूम है उस एक डॉक्टर जो अपने रोजमर्रा के व्यस्त समय से समय की यात्रा एजुकेशन करते हैं, वे अपना अमूल्य समय कर्तव्य समझकर कम्युनिकेशन को रिव्यू करते हैं। उनको कम्युनिकेशन करने से पहले हर मेरे हिसाब से जो भी अपने होता है आज किसी न किसी शुगर प्रणाली के लीवर रह चुके हैं, एडिटर रह चुके हैं और इन सब कामों के लिए टाइम निकालना इन्हें अपनी रोजमर्रा का एक होता है। तो इन सब के लिए मेरी सलाह है।
That was such a heart-touching performance by our students. Now, I would like to call Dr. Sabita Yogaraj Madam, Dr. Nikita Pandit Madam, Dr. Lalit Gupta Sir, Ms. Kiran to join the dais. And Dr. S.S. Jha Sir.
Thank you all students. And there's all other students from Integrated Institute of Medical and Health Science. It is a part of Innovative Education and Scientific Research Foundation. And this foundation is again under the guidance of all the key stars, Dr. S.S. Jha sir, Dr. Savita madam, Dr. Lalit sir, and others also. So thanks to them, and I request Dr. Jha sir to say some words for the first page of IIMHS.
Yes, it goes without saying कि होठ सपूत के थिकने बात. So by your performance, you have touched our hearts as well, because it was a very sentimental story which we doctors went through when COVID was there. We only expect people to understand how devoted we are, and it is not money always which we are looking for. Well, as far as the institute is concerned, very first year, you have talents apart from the studies that you are into. And I think being the first batch, you will be remembered as the torch bearer for coming batches. I would again congratulate Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Nikita, and all the students. Dr. Savita also has her inputs for getting it performed here. Yes. Yes, because some of the names are not very familiar. So the names are
Rupali and Kiran is the faculty for IIMHS, and they are here. Shivani is also. Shivani, can you join us on dais? Rupali.
And right. One thing more I wanted to say, friends, there was some feeling of fatigue when you are sitting throughout during a scientific meeting. If such interventional programs are there, the fatigue is gone. You are again ready for the next scientific session. Thank you very much. I once again congratulate all the young artists, if I can say so, for giving a brilliant lecture. Hats off to you all.
So you will be awarded certificates in the valedictory function. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, students, for this lovely performance. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sabita Yogaraj Madam, Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, Government Medical College, Jammu and Kashmir, Editorial Board Member of Indian Journal of Clinical Anatomy and Physiology.
So I know everybody is tired and everybody wants to relax. So just a few moments, we will be doing a digital poster session and paper session for a few minutes. So first of all, after that we'll go for lunch. First of all, the first poster is of Dr. V.P. Acharya. Dr. V.P. Acharya, Professor, Department of Biochemistry, KIMS, Bhubaneswar. A very top Indian
Odisha.
olive oil in Indian kitchen, a food for thought, a thought for food. Please, start it.
Namaskar and hello all. This is Professor Dr. V.P. Acharya from KIMS, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. I'm Associate Editor of ICCPR since 2014. My topic of discussion is olive oil in Indian kitchen, a food for thought, a thought for food. We all know that role of fats and oils is very vital in terms of modern epidemics. Now, a new entrant, that is olive oil, which is rich in NUFA and PUFA, how good it is for us, whether it is really cardioprotective. To know about all this, we took up a study where we made the 3 aliquots of different oils. The main stock was kept in dark and cool place in amber colored bottle, and one aliquot in room temperature, one under direct sunlight. And every fortnightly we assayed the primary and secondary oxidation products and finally the Lotox value. And also the oils were exposed to different temperature. So finally what we got for olive oil is its smoke point is 200 degrees Celsius, moderated UFA. But rancidity can develop in cool and dark place, maybe due to oxidation, and the oxidation products under different climatic conditions during UV exposure and high temperature was quite high, which is not that good for health. So without knowing the real benefits, should we jump to include olive oil into our diet? Whether it is causing financial pressure on our nation, we have indigenous oils like mustard oil, desi ghee, coconut oil, ginger oil, which are quite good substitutes. Excess PUFA may actually damage your heart. So whether we should be including olive oil, we must give a thought to that. Thank you.
So,
Namaskar and hello all.
So this was the presentation which clarified our many doubts about the olive oil. So proceeding to the next one by Dr. Amit Nampaliwal, Reader in HOD, Department of Rogvidni and Vikriti Vigyana, Government Ayurveda College and Hospital, Bilaspur. His topic is anti-diabetic activity of Nicostemma, leaf extracts and streptozotocin-induced diabetic rats. Please.
Namaste to all. Myself, Dr. Amit Nampaliwal. Today I am going to present my PhD topic, anti-diabetic activity of Nicostemma retrograde, Mamajeka with extract in streptozotocin-induced diabetic rat. This is my PhD research. The anti-diabetic activity of Nicostemma retrograde, Mamajeka with extract was initiated with streptozotocin-induced diabetic rat. A comparison was made between the action of different extract of Nicostemma retrograde and more anti-diabetic drugs given the high 600 micrograms per kg body weight, and oral glucose tolerance test was also performed in experimental diabetic rats. The petroleum ether, chloroform, alcohol, and active citrate of Nicostemma retrograde were obtained by simple administration method and were subjected to standardization using pharmacopostical and phytochemical screening method. Those selection was made on the basis of actual oral toxicity study, 5,000 milligrams per kg body weight as per OECD guideline. Nicostemma retrograde active extract and isonazid extract shows significant anti-diabetic activity in alveolar of diabetic rat. In 35% in this model, blood glucose level of these extract on say 1 day of the study were 132 plus minus 4.955 mg per year in active extract and 163.3 plus minus 28.59 mg per year in economic extract in comparison of chloroform extract, that is 210 plus 8 plus minus 14.99 mg per year. In glucose-loaded rat, Nicostemma retrograde active extract exhibited glucose level of the 176 minus 3.724 mg per year after 30 minutes and 110.33 plus minus 6.687 mg per year after 90 minutes, whereas the level of the isonazid extract treated animal were 166.66 plus minus 3.403 mg per year after 30 minutes and 148.83 plus minus 4.615 mg per year after 90 minutes. This extract also prevented body weight loss in diabetic rats. The drug has potential as an anti-diabetic drug. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we will stop here and continue with next presentations after lunch. But before that, we call on stage Dr. Kirti Agarwal for Best Editor Award. And for that, I call Dr. Rajesh to please present her the award. Dr. Rajesh, please, on the stage, please. Congratulations, Dr. Kirti. Thank you, sir. Now we request all of you to join for lunch because we are running late of time. So on second floor, there is lunch. Please, after that, we'll start after at 3 o'clock, we'll be starting the session. Please. Thank you so much. Please join us.
regulation. And being in anesthesiology, our society also has the medical guidelines. So coming to the basic principle of medical ethics, they are governed by non-maleficence, autonomy, justice, and beneficence. That means we don't need to do any harm. The patient should have an independent decision regarding participation in research. It should be fair, and we should do good for the patient. So for these principles, there are many code and ethics which have been established. We have discussed by Dr. Anna's lecture today also, and from the morning also we have come to know about this. There are many institutes like National Institute of Health, Nuremberg Code, the Declaration of Helsinki, Code guidelines, and in the Indian Council also, the ICMR has established guidelines for ethics and research. The common aim of all these guidelines is that there should be a voluntary informed consent by all the participants. And we should research should answer a question that will benefit humanity. It should not be just for the purpose of doing it, should answer a thing which was for humanity. So the ICMR has said there are some principles for ethical conduct of human research. That is same as the principles of medical research, respect for autonomy, beneficence, justice, disclosure, and most important addition is the freedom to refusal or end participation at any time during the research. So, in general, if you say about the ethical principles in research reporting, so that the principles for research conduction, principles for research reporting, they should be honesty, objectivity, integrity, respect for the intellectual property rights, there should be transparency and confidentiality. So why it is important to adhere to these ethical norms? Why we have had a session in this editors on this topic? Because the ethical norms in research, they help to promote and aid the aims of research, promote the values that are essential for collaborative work. They ensure that researchers can be held accountable to the public, build public support for the research, and promote a variety of other moral and social norms like responsibility, compliance with law, and other things. These are very important for research. Now coming to what is research misconduct. So in layman language is the process of identifying and reporting unethical and unsound research. The definitions have been given by various institutes. The most recent one is by the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which includes research misconducts as basically FFP, fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. Apart from this, it should be essential that it does not include an honest error or difference of opinion. And once that research misconduct is published, it becomes a publication misconduct. Next. So the forms of research misconduct, the main FFP defined by the US. Apart from that, there are some other minor also research misconducts of less importance, but still they are misconduct, so they need to be known. Like the non-disclosure of the conflict of interest, selective citing, withholding results, self-plagiarism, ethical misconduct like poor practice of data management, bias, hampering of the work of other researchers, and misuse of the seniority. So they are also the same. Many societies have defined it in a different way. So what is fabrication and falsification and plagiarism? So falsification is just making up the results and recording or reporting them. Falsification, as you all understand what the word is, manipulating the research material, equipment, or the processes, or the results, such that the research is not accurately represented in the way it needs to be represented. And plagiarism is basically appropriation of another person's ideas, process, results, or works without giving appropriate credit. We have a session on plagiarism, so I will not be going in much details of plagiarism. But just for the sake of completion, there are mainly three types of plagiarism. One is the citation plagiarism, which we all know, or which we commonly understand. Then there is a plagiarism for fabrication and self-plagiarism. Now, since we are having this session on research misconduct, we should be, why this session is having. So let's understand the prevalence of this. So there was a study which was done in 2009 by Daniel Fennelly. He screened 3,276 studies for research misconduct and included 18 meta-analysis. And the data which he studied was basically fabrication, falsification, cooking of data. Important here is that plagiarism was not considered in this study. Even then, he found that the incidence of this research misconduct was around 1.9%, which they said was very serious at that time. Now, in a recent study, which is done again in 2002, they found that the prevalence of fabrication was 4.3% and falsification is 4.2%. So over the years, though the guidelines and norms have been established, still the research misconduct is increasing. So the cases of research misconduct, they date so long. World War II, when the Nazis, they enrolled the patients who were not belonging to their communities and given them inappropriate treatment or withheld the appropriate treatment to them. Also, there was the case of a surgeon, Paolo Masciarelli, who fabricated data about the artificial transplantation of trachea, and he said it was very successful. But even though of the 9 patients done by him, only 7 had even died because of it. So it's all fabrication misconduct. So if you see, there has been a rising trend of research misconduct, especially now the plagiarism, which was very less, that has also increased, and duplicate publication and errors and fraud are also increasing. So what does a researcher needs to know about research misconduct? The main thing which they need to know is that every action has a consequences. So what can be the consequences of research misconduct? The consequences in general for the profession is that they undermines the public trust in medical research and healthcare professionals, corrupts the scientific records and leads to false conclusion, which can lead to a false or inappropriate treatment to the patients in future, and that can cause harm to the community. Influences research and clinical practice, waste of human resources and financial resources, because a lot of funding is being involved in research also, and the retracted works, the works, though they get retracted, they continue to be cited. In a study, they have found that out of 120 journals are still citing the retracted articles, and they are not paying attention whether the article is retracted or not. For the researcher, what are the consequences? For researcher, the consequences could be like withdrawal of funding, retraction of the published articles, prohibition from service or as a consultant, and loss of employment. So for researcher also, this is important. So since the prevalence is increasing, and though we know that there are so many consequences, still why does the research misconduct happen? It is because either the researchers, they lack the knowledge about the research and the publication ethics. Second is nowadays the desire to get ahead of everyone in the department or as per the colleagues. Then the publish and the perish policy as designed by the universities or the commissions. Then the pressure to get the research funds and the pressure from the research funding sources on researcher to deliver the result. Apart from it, there can be inherent characters of the researcher like laziness or rapid acknowledgement or lack of rationalization which leads to this. So how can we avoid the research misconduct? So avoiding misconduct by researcher requires that they have the proper knowledge of the research and ethics. They should be honest in all aspects of research. There should be accountability in the conduct of research, professional courtesy and fairness in working with others, and good stewardship of research on behalf of the others. So basically, since we now know what are the kinds of misconduct which can occur, what are the research ethics. So I'll be just giving a brief few slides about how we can avoid misconduct before, during, and after the conduct of research. So as to avoid the misconduct before the conduct of research, it is important that the researcher has a proper knowledge of the research ethics and practices. He develops a clear plan, the role of each investigator, what he has to do, when he has to do, the timelines should be known and they should be adhered to. All the investigators should adhere to the authorship. In the last, there are, as we have discussed yesterday also, there are ghost authorship, guest authorship, and gift authorship. So all that should not be occurring in the life stage, to be decided from beforehand. Then they should do extensive literature review so as to know that whether their research will add something extra for the humanity or not. Otherwise, it's just a wasteful of the resources, humans, and also if it is causing a harm, it is a risk to the research population. Then submit proposal to the research ethics committee so that the proposal can be ethically screened at all times, and that can also avoid the misconduct. And nowadays, as mandated by the many societies and also by the NMC, that clinical trial registration has to be done, which we have discussed in the morning also. So regarding the knowledge of research ethics and principle, the researcher should understand that the participation by the research participant should be voluntary. We should have an written informed consent. The anonymity of the participant should be ensured. We should ensure confidentiality. The potential for harm should be clearly explained, and the results communication should be done properly. So basically, all this means that the informed consent, if you see the informed consent, all these things are almost always covered. So if the informed consent is given properly and it's done in a correct way, then it can avoid all this kind of misconduct before the conduct of research. Then how to avoid misconduct during the conduct of research? For this, the researchers need to follow an approved protocol. Then again, the written informed consent should be there. Avoid selection and other bias. The researcher should ensure the safety of the study participants, himself and other of his team. There, the data should be regularly checked. It's not that the whole study is done and then you check the data in the late and then you find that it is causing some harm. Some good journal articles, if you read, they have found that the treatment module was causing more harm than the benefit, and they have stopped their trials in between. That is because the researchers were having those ethical principles to regularly check the data whether it was persistently causing any harm to the study participants or not. Then commitment to the ethical principles, even if it delays the study. Many times the ethical principles are crossed because time taken for the study is too long, and you just try to fabricate or falsify the data. Then determine the authenticity of the facts. We have to evaluate the credibility of the information before taking decision of the results, so that we don't manipulate the results as per our convenience, and correctly reporting the research data. That is very important. So informed consent is a mainstay before and during conduct, and it should not be just a signing on a document. It should be an informed discussion between the participants. So the goal is to make a decision making by the participant. Next. So next. So avoiding misconduct after the conduct of research. So once you have conducted a research and you know, then the main aim is the publication. So how to avoid misconduct after the conduct? We have to keep the research data available. So we should ensure that all the authors have agreed with the raw data, and they should all agree and comply and take responsibility of the results and conclusion. It's not that only one person is doing one thing and others are not aware, and then their names are added, and the data should be in public domain also. Nowadays, the journals require that your data should be in public domain so that it can be accessible when and all required. Then publishing the data using research and publication ethics. So you have to avoid the common forms of fabrications like concealing the negative results. There's a common misconception that if your study has brought a negative result, it will not be published. Though it is not true. It depends on the study design and what the study aims to check. Then changing the results to fit the initial hypothesis, or selective reporting of the outcome. So you are reporting only one outcome, but you're omitting the others, which can have a negative impact. Avoiding the influence of the financial sponsors for the results. Studies funded, they are often influenced by the financial sponsors. Do a plagiarism check. Use the reference management citation checker softwares, right? So I think plagiarism, we have a session so that we will discuss in detail in that. Then avoid salami publication. So that means you have done a research and then you think that I have got multiple good results, so I divide my publication into 2 and 3 and make 2-3 papers for academic gain. So that should not be done. And disclose any conflict of interest. So in general, I say that the responsible efforts to avoid misconduct on the part of researchers means that they make a reasonable attempt to check the findings submitted to academic journal for publication. For this, the things which they need to do before, during and after the conduct of research are very important. For the institution called the research body, they should ensure that the research ethics and integrity will not only check the morals and proper conduction, but also to share the knowledge. If the proper checks are there, the author or the researcher will not be able to do much of a misconduct because he knows that the regulatory body or the institution would be checking it in detail. Then it's the responsibility of scientific journals. So it's the responsibility of the editors and the reviewers that they should have a high suspicion index for misconduct and plagiarism and express their concern to the author or the institution when they think there is evidence of research misconduct, and retract paper with proof misconduct and inform the respective body. These are other differences which I have not cited for the completion of the ethics purpose, and thank you all for the patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir.
A few years back, a reputed institution had a publication in American Journal of Hematology. The paper was well received, but later one of the co-authors complained to the journal that the figures have been cooked, the data is not correct. Now, this was a landmark study on high altitude. So people accepted it. I mean, American Journal said, good paper, we'll take it. After that, there was a disciplinary action against the author. The author was, I mean, no more promotion. The author was field. And the American Journal of Hematology was very critical of the author and the institution from where the publication was.
Thank you, sir. So there have been many instances, I think Dr. Hannah had covered all this yesterday, about the, various papers in the recent few years also. The papers, many papers on post-operative nausea, vomiting, and on the pain, by the Bolt and Fujiyama. So they had even 120 papers and all were retracted because of the falsification. So that is why now the institutions have a major role. And if they are checking the conduct of the research properly, then I think it will be very difficult for a researcher to publish it in that way.
Any questions from the chairperson, sir?
Very good afternoon. Kapil Chaudhary has covered very nicely about research ethics and misconduct, which is a must that every researcher should know now.
Thank you, sir.
To say from our side, I think I have already consulted. It's very good consultation.
Thank you, sir.
Well, what I wanted to say, that it could be a double-edged sword as well. Maybe the second researcher, he becomes a defector and then tries to put that particular research article into disrepute. So it can be visualized that way also.
Yes, sir. That is why, sir, nowadays the journals, they require the signature of all the authors with a statement that they have read and the contents, and they are all agreeing to it and they take responsibility of the data.
Just adding to it, Dr. Kapil, not
Yes, sir.
just signatures, signatures can still be falsified. You can put anyone's signature. Now the minimum guidelines or the minimum commitment is, whoever is the author, there will be.
Send an email, yeah.
Office of that journal to everyone to acknowledge, and there is a statement that you have to fill. That you have acknowledged all the data.
Yeah, many journals, they are not sending mails to the authors. They want an email upon the authors so that they can themselves do it. I agree, can be falsified.
Just a last, not a query or not exactly a comment. Wonderful talk. But don't you think this should be a part of the training for any undergraduate or a postgraduate curricula, which is still lacking? Maybe the new programs, ABN-based programs, maybe. Because whenever, at my time, or your time, when we learning about you were going to do thesis or research, nobody knew the ABCs of that. So what's your take on that?
See, this type of curriculum is already there in the Western countries in the curriculum of the postgraduate program, and it should be there. Now the ICMR has made the guidelines, and even the NMC, they have included a chapter on the in the Indian medical graduate, the professional code and ethics. So I think they are now trying to inculcate it in UG curriculum itself, and hopefully if all these topics are covered, then the UG itself will come with this ethical in mind, and again in the postgraduate orientation program should be implemented before they are doing it. Like in our institution, we have orientation of the postgraduates before they are even asked to write a protocol. So I think it should be done in all institutions so that they are exposed to what is research will conduct and how to avoid it.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for the add-on, sir. I request Dr. Manoj, sir, to present the certificate to Dr. Kapil Chaudhary. Our next speaker
She is prolific and widely published scientific author with more than a decade of experience across the country as a teacher. Dr. Vidya Shekhar is presently Professor, Department of Periodontology and Oral Oncology at ITL Dental College, Ghaziabad. She has completed her BDS from Medical College of Dental Sciences and from Institute of Dental Science of the year 2008. She has excellent in CT programs. I welcome you, ma'am. Give a round of applause to the ma'am.
Warm greetings from my institution, ITS Dental College, Ghaziabad. I'm Dr. Vidya Shekhar, and many good words have been spoken about me. But let's get on to the topic of today. Today's topic is understanding research profiles. So why do we need to understand researchers' profiles? What does it have to do with us being editors of journals and understanding research profiles? Now, research is always two terms, re and search. So unless what we have done is out in the public media, the second person will not be able to identify what is lacking or what is left behind to continue the research on further. So that is why we need to understand researchers' profile so that we may be keeping abreast of the various newer things that are being done in this particular field and whatever the limitations are, so that we may need to go further. So today's various profiles that I would be dealing with would be used by most of us, and I'm very sure most of us will be also having these profiles already. So the most used ones are the Google Scholar, the ResearchGate, Academia, ORCID, LinkedIn. Then there are also some of us who might be writing blogs, tweets, and using Facebook for publication or making sure that our research is having a better, wider influence or impact on the general public. Finally, we go on to deal with the advantages and disadvantages. So the social networking sites for research have been there for a long time. Normal social networking sites like Facebook and Instagram are also very much in use, but the ones on research are slightly different. They are also web-based services, and they also have a third point of control. The control is not with us. They have a third point of control, but they mainly facilitate the profile creation of an individual, and that individual may have his or her own profile in Google Scholar, LinkedIn, Academia, or even ResearchGate. And with those, their posting of the ideas take place, and there is another set in which there is something called as Mendeley, in which the posting and sharing of the academic content alone is done. So in that particular area, the profile creation is not there. So this is one of the first citation areas. So Google Scholar. So this is when we open Google Scholar, this is the first page, and then we set up our Google Scholar profile. So how does Google Scholar profile help us? This is my Google Scholar profile. So it tells me what are my key interest areas. It tells me my H index, my I index, and it helps in further citations. So if there's a person who's looking for a certain article which is written by me, then once they write the article on Google Scholar along with my name, the article will be found there. So immediately in this citation profile, my citations will increase. So on the cite column, the cited by and the year will automatically come. So that is one of the advantages that an author or a particular institution will have an advantage of by gaining and increasing the number of citations. Next is the ResearchGate. Now, when we open ResearchGate, this is what is seen. So it automatically asks you, what type of a researcher are you? Are you an academician? Are you a student? So this is where we realize that students as undergraduates or postgraduates also need to start having their own profiles so that they may have access to or content to their professors or other college professors' profiles, which can influence their thinking and their research. Then there are also certain corporate, government or NGOs that can have, and as well as the medical professionals who are obviously avid researchers. So the next one is the academia. Now, say for example, in academia, I go through one particular journal article. Immediately, academia senses what article I've gone through and tells me the other common articles which are similar to that particular article. So this does some work for me by itself and helps me to know what other articles are there in that same profile. So I don't have to search through Google Scholar. Academia will send me an email stating that this article seems to be similar to what you have been reading now. Would you like to read it? So that is another advantage with academia, which is there. Then we have ORCID. So ORCID is one of the major important ones. We all have to generate ORCID IDs, and ORCID IDs are research profiles. Now there's very easy 3 steps. And when we go through these 3 steps, this is why we need to go for an ORCID. There's more time for research. There's flexibility. You can customize your visibility. Whom do you want your profile to be seen by? And it is uniquely yours. It reduces your administrative burden completely. And you have a portable profile data. So say this is my ORCID ID. I have not made a lot of entries in my ORCID ID, which I realized that I have to. So I suggest everybody also does the same thing. So they see the amount of educational qualifications, your invited position. So it's like your resume is already there on the internet and anybody and everybody can access it. And then the lesser academic ones, Twitter, blogs, LinkedIn. Now, why are these less academic? Because they are your social media parts. They are not exactly concerned only with research. You may have a viewpoint which you can also express in these. So if you are a researcher, highly acclaimed researcher, you might have your own blog which someone might follow, or you might have your own Twitter account which someone might follow. LinkedIn also helps us in professional help. So in case we have similar research profiles, maybe a foreign university or a college might invite you for delivering a particular lecture or your views on a particular topic. So this is an article which says, why do we want to do collaborative research? Because social media is going to help us do collaborative research. So what does collaborative mean for us? It could mean a multi-centric study. It could mean that many authors from different institutions get together to work on a similar thought process. So that is one of the biggest advantages I see of social media with research. So to conclude, I've already told the advantages. There are certain disadvantages of this also, because it is the side of 2 coins. Social media is of 2 sides. There can be advantages and disadvantages. So what are the disadvantages that we can think of? One is that research misconduct, as sir is so evidently told just a few minutes back. Research misconduct can occur because some ideas that are actually yours can be changed, because nowadays there are open access journals can be changed and it can be put in by another person. That could be one of the major disadvantages of this. Also, research teams and academia tend to send unwanted emails to you saying that this is what we want you to read, or are you an author of this particular article, etc., which you might feel as spam and you may not want to waste your time on this. That can be one more of the disadvantages. So I thank you a lot for all your patient hearing and look forward to questions from you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Right. You talked about academia. Do you think academia serves the purposes very truthfully, but exploits the authors or contributors too?
Sir, it has its one purpose in what I'll say. For example, if I read a single article, for example, I read some connective tissue elements of periodontology quite a few moments back, and it told me and showed me all the relevant articles similar to that, which I would have liked to read. So I don't have to search for those articles, and it keeps sending me say I read it a month back, but it still keeps sending me even after a month based on that article. So that is one disadvantage that I feel about academia. And otherwise, sir, as such, it does not have any, it is only a role where it tends to showcase more number of articles for you to read. So if you're interested, we can read it. If you're not interested, we can dismiss that.
Madam, you touched upon a very important thing about H-index, Google Scholar. In 1990, I was doing my hematology from East. तो एक दिन मेरे एचओडी ने बोला बेटा जाओ जरा देखियो साइटस इंडेक्स में ये मेरे आर्टिकल पब्लिश हुआ है इसमें कितने लोगों ने इसको रेफर किया आई वेंट देयर मैंने देखा आवर इंटरेस्ट क्या बात है एक आर्टिकल में 10 लोगों ने एक में 15 ऑल दीज थिंग्स. So what Madam has alluded to is about H-index, Google Scholar वगैरह. जो भी आप आर्टिकल लिखते हो, इसका कितना एकेडमिक वैल्यू है? आपने लिख दिया, छप गया, तो उसका कितना एकेडमिक वैल्यू है? वो हमें H-index, Google Scholar वो स्कोर होता है. तो जैसे मैंने 150-200 आर्टिकल लिखे. And I come in the top 10 में से मुझे 8.5 नंबर मिलते हैं. That means my articles are good and they have been referred by a lot of people. तो आपके आर्टिकल की वैल्यू तब होती है जब वो आर्टिकल को कोई अपना आर्टिकल लिख रहा है उसमें वो आपके आर्टिकल की रेफरेंस. That is where your article academic importance lies. Thank you.
Yes, sir. As sir is rightly told, our research is for humanity, and more the number of places that our articles reach, the better for the humanity. Thank you, sir.
Hello, ma'am, I have one question. How Google Scholar index article which is published by any others? How Google Scholar author can get index their article if they publish? How the author article can index with Google Scholar?
Sir, actually what happens with Google Scholar is if our article or the journal is indexed with Google Scholar and we write some keywords, we can automatically, Google Scholar will upload the article into its site for that particular author profile. Otherwise, the author has to write or enter the details of the article into the Google Scholar profile.
That is a manually by
Manually also it can be done. And the Google Scholar also by certain keywords, it takes up the exact article and puts it in the author profile. The author has to use his own profile to do that, sir. It cannot be done by a third person. There's a user ID password will be there.
Say I observed. See, if any author publishing any article, they can index their article by own with login with Google Scholar, right?
Yes,
Second
sir.
option.
Say for example, if I have a Gmail,
yes,
then I have a Google Scholar. If I go into scholargoogle.com and create my citations, then I can go into my citations, enter my details, just like as I enter in ORCID or in ResearchGate, and I can create my own Google Scholar citation page.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, one more thing I just Dr. Jha sir explained about the academia.edu. I think it's very painful if author is publishing any article and that article is indexed with academia.edu and the same author if want to retrieve his own article, academia.edu is asking for the payment. Do you think this is the correct?
So that is why I think we nowadays have Sci-Hub. On a lighter note.
Thank you, Rakesh. He in fact has seen that I was being exploited by academia. So that was the question.
Thank you, sir.
I'll add a few points. Publon, which is one of the good research profile, where you can create all the Web of Science papers will be listed over there, along with the Publon and OSIT. These two are one of the best profiles are there, where you can have your own reviewers profile also inside there, along with some of the journals now started editorial part also. These are the two good ways are there for when you are working with a reviewer, that will be going to reflect it over there. Along with that, one more is the look profile that gives for frontiers, that also one of the good profiling way, where editorial part, section part of their only is visible, but in future, maybe many other journals will start their own profiling. Same way like PubMed is also having their own, if you can modify that, you can visible all the PubMed articles in your profile, and you can regularly update these things. About the research scholar, Google Scholar, one key advantage of that, which is not present in any other, that is collaborators. The Google Scholar only provides some collaborators on right side, where similar work which you have did with the collaborators will be listed. So the others can see that with whom you are publishing frequently. So that is automatic, or even you can add on plus or minus that thing. Regarding paper which is not reflecting in Google Scholar, you can manually upload, but that will be not useful because citing them is very difficult task. What you can do is any paper that you publish, full PDF must be uploaded in ResearchGate. If it is copyright free, if it is Creative Commons or something like that, or after publication of 1 year, whatever the guideline of the Elsevier or whatever the journal are there, then it will be automatically fetched by the Google Scholar. So that's the best way. In place of manually adding, which will be not generate the citations infrequent. Even that doesn't link with the full article or abstract. So these are some of the add-ons out there which you can work on. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. Myself, Himanshu. What I want to tell that before judging a researcher based on H index, especially from Google Scholar or from ResearchGate, you should not judge them because many times they Google Scholar and ResearchGate show abnormal number of citations and even the H index values are false on Google Scholar and ResearchGate. I can tell you my own personal experience. I have my name is Himanshu Kumar Sanju, and if you see my actual account of Google, I have one account of Google Scholar in which they are saying I have more than 500 citations, but actually I don't have that much citations. I have maximum I have 175 citations. But there are some other Himanshu Kumar, and they are keep adding my name. They are keep adding their research in my profile. And I am actually getting very much bothered with because regularly I am deleting the articles and day by day they are adding the articles on my name. Same here with Arun Kumar Yadav sitting in front of here beside me. He have profile in ResearchGate, and there is some other Arun Kumar Yadav who have some kind of more number of citations and all, and they are actually adding it. So don't trust Google Scholar and ResearchGate to judge a researcher.
So in that Google Scholar, we have an option. In case that article is not ours, we can actually delete it from our Google Scholar profile. So it is something like we have to go on and keep track of our accounts or something. So similarly, Google Scholar account, we have to go in every maybe 10 days or 15 days or a month and keep a track of what are the articles which are in your name. If it is not yours, please delete it from there. Immediately that problem will be solved, sir.
Yes, you get that option in both of them. So you get an option whether they ask you whether this publication is yours or not. So you have to be honest enough to say that this is not your publication.
So many times there is, for example, in my own name, there is a Vidya. She is dealing with agriculture. So automatically when it comes to me, it is always insect, crop, pesticide, something to do with these. So whenever it comes, I have to delete that. So that way I maintain the sanctity of my Google Scholar.
Abnormal citations are only added only when you give them permission. If you don't accept them, then it will not be added. If by any chance you go by your name Vidya, but you have not seen that it was your article, it will be automatically added, and then you can later on delete.
You get the option. Like similar to my name, there's a virologist. So there's so many articles by the virologist. I need to check whether this article belongs to me or not. If I accept, obviously it will give a wrong citation.
Okay, please
You
understand.
can check it, you have the option.
Please understand.
We can always delete it from our.
Last point. Okay, last point. Please understand, these are peer-to-peer networks to help each other. They are not exact databases. Okay, the Google takes from the search engine, the Google. Okay, 1 followed by 100 zeros or more. So it is from lifting from the search engine. Same as the research kit. Okay, it's a peer-to-peer researcher collaborative network to help each other. These are not the two databases. If you want to go into databases, please go to Scopus, PubMed or something like that. Okay, so they will have their promotional thing to get more people on board. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Like the gentleman said, you want to get into two databases, so they are maintained by the journal platforms. Please understand that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for the add-ons. Now I request Dr. Jitendra sir to present her the certificate. Our next speaker, although she don't need any introduction or something, but I like to introduce her, Miss Nikita Pandit. She is co-founder and director of Innovative Publication. She has completed her master degree in ergonomy and MBA in supply chain and international marketing from Synthesis International. She has also served as a Department of Agriculture multinational organization. She has also served as a Department of Agriculture, Government of Madhya Pradesh, as an agriculture officer and felicitated with various awards for her effectiveness and efficiency. She has been associated with various reputed institution organizations as an active member and is responsible for the welfare of those organizations. She also has been awarded and nominated various times for her work and active participation from different institutions. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Geeta, for nice words for me. Thanks. So, I guess there is no dilemma now, right? After this number of great sessions on scientific publication, so there is no dilemma, but still we can discuss the work which I followed in the particular topic given to me, that is the ethical dilemma in publishing, a rising tide of plagiarism. Next. So I acknowledge my research on research publication, and it is an essential mission of our institution, not only at ESRA, all the academicians and researchers of our country, which is required towards the research and education in India, is to foster learning and promoting research integrity in the current and next generation of researchers in the country. So at ESRA, I'm also giving the permission to use my slides if anyone required for the research we did on the disseminations. So I permit. Next, please. So yesterday, Dr. Himanshu sir, good evening. Doctors, Aaron present yesterday on the subject of research, importance of research publication. So scientific paper is included in his topic. After that, Dr. Hanna Ranji madam also explaining on the same topic. So I'll like to share that what is the dilemmas in the scientific paper should occur in the highlighted words. A scientific paper is written and published report that is describing the original research results. So if someone is doing their work originally and that research should be published, then the dilemmas or conflicts for the plagiarism is reduced itself. Then an accepted or original scientific publication containing scientific information. If I am doing research on a particular topic, then all the articles, all the databases, all the data which I collect is on my segment. So that should be the original, and there is no question of any duplicacy or plagiarism there if it is originally created or researched by me. So the dilemma should be that we can, I mean, people who are cut test and copying and falsification, just like Dr. Kapil sir said in his lecture just before me, that falsification and plagiarism, fabrication, this slammy slammy slicings, etc. So it never occurs if the data and the research methodology which we or anyone is followed, that is unique, right? Then a scientific experiment is not a complete until result is published and understood. Yesterday evening, Dr. Aaron sir ended his lecture that if you can't publish, it must perish. So the main motto, if anyone did a research even due to this process, I mean this behavior of the researchers, not to be published the research into the journals and research oriented magazine or blogs or anywhere. There's guidelines like UGC, NMCs and DCI must be created a guidelines to publish this minimum number of articles for the for their research, for awarding the degree itself, even to promote their itself. So the dilemma is to be that we must clear about our research and to be clear about the publication of the research. Then the scientific paper is a paper organized to meet the needs of valid publication. So next, yeah. Then originality. If it is original, then there is no question of plagiarism. What happens is everyone do their research with their own hypothesis and own plans, but it is getting plagiarized because what happens is if someone's idea which is not of their own, then it is taken by any researcher, then it must be a plagiarized. So very simple. There is no question of dilemma that if there is a original in the originality in the publication research, then there is no question of plagiarism or any unethical issues to be counted. Then it's not republishing, not resubmitting, and not dividing. So again, the thing is that if we had published in or submitted in a one particular journal, then it is not required to republish or resubmit or divide or salami slicing of the article. Then scientific paper format. Next, actually yesterday and today sessions also we learned this very good, I mean very nicely from the other orators. Next please. Yeah, research integrity. So this is very unique word which everyone is using in the research publication. Research integrity. What is the research integrity? It's the use, actually there are a number of institutions, especially Committee of Publication Ethics, I say MJE, and NISO, National Information Standard Organization, then CAC, Council of Science Editors, etc. So these all institutions make some white papers for the publications. And and this particular white papers had been followed by the editorial board of any research journal, right? Or any scholarly open access research specialty journal. So this is not for, it is not depends on the geographical presence of any area, or just like geographical presence, there is no kind of then other thing is the process of publication, that in every research journal, they have a process like submission to publication, and there is a in between number of things involved, that scrutiny checks, and then in the editorial office, and then after the editorial thoughts, editors' thoughts on that particular paper, all the guidelines should be available by this particular institution and the websites also, and we transparently make this to be available on the website of the journals, right? So this must be required to integrate, I mean this integration, that for every journal this guidelines should be followed. That's only the I mean the minimal criteria for the making that a named research journal or international journal, right? So who all are the responsible for the quality of this research journal or this journals, right? So one is the society of a particular subjects or fraternity, and then the researchers of that particular fraternity. Then the once these researchers may be the authors, editors, reviewers, publishers, everyone should be follow the same research integrity for the good practices of publication. Next, please. So I had already covered this slide, that research integrity, avoid misinterpretation in publication, publish accurate and complete, clear and unbiased work, avoid fragmentary publication, publish manuscript that represent substantial findings, avoid duplicate manuscript submission and publication, published research that will aid in contribution to the field. So these all points I had covered just before when I explained the research integrity. So next, Yogesh. Yeah. So what is the origin of scientific writing? Yeah, of course, when someone researched or anyone can do any work and they published, it is the origin of the scientific writing, and then only the knowledge should be disseminated to the other researchers of the same field. So the knowledge is lost without written records. We learn on today's session was started with some Gita's word. If we never read the Gita, then definitely we don't have the knowledge of that. So it must be required the written records of the any scientific or any non-scientific rods too. Even written records is must required for the knowledge. Then knowledge could be widely circulated with no effective duplication. The knowledge is awareness and understanding of someone or something, such as facts, information, description, or skill, which is acquired through experience or education by receiving, discovering, or learning. So this is the origin of scientific writing. Next, Yogesh. Yeah. Actually, if we want to clear all the dilemmas in the scientific publication or research published article, then everyone have their own duties, which I had mentioned in my previous slide also. Society has their own duties, authors have their own duties, and their guidelines also, white papers that should be guided by the leading institution like COPE and ICMJE, etc. WAM, World Editors Association, Medical Editors Association. So these all are the institutions which are giving the guidelines. So guidelines for everyone. So on the basis of those guidelines, there is a duty of editor, duties of reviewers, and duties of authors too. So what is the duties of editors? It is he is a chief to take the publication decisions on the basis of their own expertise in the field. Then fair play, there is no bias is required by the editors in the publication of any particular journal. They can't even thought of that it is the scope of journal, but no, because of this is from my known person, it must be published into particular journal. So he must be avoid this. The dilemmas are created this only. I mean, the plagiarism and problems are created on the basis of this backbone structures of the editors, authors, reviewers. Everyone's coordination is required for the pure research publication. Then confidentiality, disclosures and conflicts of interest, involvement and cooperation in investigation. And what is the duties of reviewers? Dr. Lalit Gupta sir had explained it way before me. I mean, I hope it's more than clear in this slide, but still I read for once here that the duties of reviewers is a contribution to the editorial decisions and promptness, confidentiality, standards of objectivity, acknowledgement of source, and disclosures of conflict of interest. So next, Yogesh. Then what is the publication rewards? So if I'm getting the required thing from me, then what is the need of publication? Why anyone can take pain for publication? Yeah, because if he can't take this pain of publication, research publication, then the publication result is an integral and essential component of research. It is not disseminated and known by anyone else if we can't publish. So it must be required for the rewards. Publication reward is to be your work is recognized by everyone in the society. All institute must encourage all researchers to promote their work through publishing in the form of its dissemination. Next, I had covered this. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So what have ethical issues mainly comes during the publication or these dilemmas or confusions created because of conflict of interest, authorship decisions, role of funders, and patient safety and privacy. So these all are the problems through which this is created. Then finally, I like to conclude with that be a good academic citizen and publish your true research clearly. Know what you are doing. Keep track of what you are done. But bake everything up. Don't lie or cheat or black. And publish your discovery. Don't perish it. My references I took from ICMJE guidelines, COPE guidelines, NISO guidelines, CSE, and Abul Ila Hassanian Ethics in Scientific Publication, her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your informative words. Any questions? Your question? Thank you so much. I request Dr. Mukesh Bharti sir and Dr. Natarajan sir to present her certificate as speaker. Now I request our dignitaries, Dr. Jha sir, Dr. Brigadier Dr. Paramjeet sir, and my teacher and my mentor, Dr. Himanshu sir, to present felicitate our chairpersons. Please come, sir. I request all the dignitaries to stay on the stage only, sir. And I request our Rakesh Pandit, sir, for the book launch. We have a book launch here about the author, Mr. Rehan Uddin. He is currently working as an assistant professor in Motilal Institute of Pharmacy, Etawah, Uttar Pradesh. He has 7 years of experience and teaching as an assistant professor. He has from Rajasthan. Mr. Rehan Uddin. Please open, sir. We can also have a round of applause. For the another book, Hakim Singh Rajput, he is currently working as an assistant professor of science and research. He has experience in teaching as an assistant professor. He has Now, student pharmacy, he has done from Institute of Pharmacy. He is pursuing journals. So research factors. Mr. Mohan Singh Rajput. Please open, sir. I request Dr. Paramjeet sir to please give his certificate also. Please round of applause, please. Another book is by Dr. Rajesh Bharija, Associate Professor at College, Family Association. Dr. Rajesh Bharija.
Good evening, everybody. Presently, I am professor in World Medical College of Sciences, Jhajjar, Haryana. Not in the Budaun right now. Thank you for this opportunity. Actually, all these books are published during the COVID period. So, not officially, you can say inaugurated, but today it is the occasion, well-known personalities are here. So it is my, you can say my privilege. I am getting from all the senior persons to be inaugurated my book. Thank you so much. From all my these seniors or super seniors, I want some wishes from all these personalities to publish one more books regarding MBBS microbiology for maybe it will come this year or next year. I am trying to write all these things, but could not finalize at right now. But maybe final in the coming days or coming months, whatever it is. So I want to get some blessings from all of you. Thank you, sir.
So our best wishes are with you. And friends, all of us are aware that Indian textbooks are not so many, and you are attempting one after another. Hats off to you. Wish you all the best.
I request Dr. Jha sir to kindly facilitate the certificate and the token. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Mr. Paras Wani for his presentation. Yes. For his Directory of Irish Delhi. Respected dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. I'm Dr. Paras Wani. I am Senior Unani Medical Officer in Directorate of Ayush, GNCT Delhi. And can you just, okay. So I'll be discussing my paper. So as I have a time constraint of just 3 minutes, I will try to be very precise. So this paper was basically a part of my post-graduation research, and my post-graduation topic I worked on studying to assess efficacy of visual inspection of acetic acid in cervical cancer screening. So that this paper pertains to my postgraduate research. Can you just put on the PowerPoint? Yes, ma'am. Attention please. So as my presentation will come on the screen, I would like to render my sincere gratitude to this innovative journal publication, the whole team who has worked tirelessly hard to make this event successful. And I would like to thank Dr. Nikita for inviting me. And it is a great opportunity because I'm from the field and we get the opportunity to learn here and to get research oriented. So I am sure that I will take a message back to my fraternity and we will work on the common terms. So my paper was on epidemiological study and cervical cancer screening by Pap smear in Delhi. We all know that cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancers among women. We know that identifying modifiable causes and risk factors and natural history of disease can play a very important role in prevention of cervical cancer. And finally, screening of cervical cancer is an important tool. So with this screening, the present study was conducted to study the epidemiology and other associated factors with the participants who had undergone cervical cancer screening in Delhi. This was a part of my MD thesis, as I have already discussed. It was a clinical initiative, community-oriented cross-sectional study. And the aim of the study was to study the efficacy of expression of SNTK technique in screening of cervical cancer screening in situ. It was conducted in Jamnagar from the MD. The location where subjects were taken from two NGOs, in Vasanpur and Suji Medical Trust. After informed interview of the subject was conducted by an instrument which was pre-tested, translated, and retranslated. And interview was conducted. Next. After that, for detailed interview was done in the property, the sexual history and other attributes. Since we are speaking of cervical cancer, and acetic acid. Next, out of 2,230 females came to these two centers for screening, 89 study. We were only able to take from the last sample size. Analysis of Pap smear with other personal attributes and observational results was done by chi-square test. So the major results of the study were that most of the participants were in the age group of 30 to 40 years of age. Most of them were non-Muslims and they belonged to low socioeconomic status, and most of them were illiterate. Next. So we tried to find the association of Pap smear positivity with different attributes, and it was found that a stronger association was found between Pap smear positivity in subjects who had habit of taking pan, BD and alcohol, heavy bleeding during the cycle, post-menopausal bleeding, intermenstrual bleeding, pain during intercourse, who had foul or dirty smelling discharge, who had itching per vagina, and who were married at early age or age of first pregnancy. So these all factors were found strongly associated with Pap smear positivity, who were found to be Pap smear positivity. And very less association was found next with whether the husband was circumcised or not. There was no strong association was found, and use of unhygienic practices during menstrual cycle or spontaneous abortion or multiple sexual partners and age of first coitus. No strong association of Pap smear positivity was found with these attributes in my study, although we see these are all the risk factors for cervical cancer. So this is a small publication which I had published, and once again I like to thank Dr. Nikita Pandit, Dr. S.S. Jha, Dr. Madan for giving me this opportunity, and thank you so much for this wonderful summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Geeta?
Thank you, Ms. Paris. Wonderful presentation. Now I request Dr. Lavnish to please present a memento and certificate to Dr. Paraswani. Dr. Paraswani, can we have you on the stage, please? She was selected as Best Young Researchers Award. Please give a big applause for her.
Now we will have another paper presentation, Dr. Avinash Teli. He is head clinical pharmacologist, Venkateshwara Hospital, Dwarka, New Delhi. Dr. Avinash? Okay. Thank you so much.
I seem to know. So you are the counting. Yeah, I'm 36 by the way. Hi, good evening, everyone. I will not take a lot of time. So, activity please. So today we have discussed lots of things. Majorly, I'm going to talk about antibiotics. So हम सब ने यहाँ पे जितने लोग बैठे हैं सबने अपने खुद ही या अपने फैमिली में किसी ने एंटीबायोटिक जरूर खाया होगा और कुछ एक प्रिस्क्रिप्शन एंटीबायोटिक्स होगा कुछ एक नॉन प्रिस्क्रिप्शन एंटीबायोटिक्स होगा जो हम बस खा रहे हैं बट द प्रॉब्लम इज अकॉर्डिंग टू WHO statistics 7 lakh people or patients die due to that antibiotic resistance. 7 lakh is huge number. If you talk about the hospital setup in IPD, every third patient is getting irrational antibiotics or unnecessary antibiotics in hospital, and that's the one thing I came to this research, this original research my work. So my topic was, please next. The topic was drug use evaluation and research precision audit. So the motto of this study was to just check either my patients are getting proper antibiotic or not, as per their indications, as per the justifications. So all restricted antibiotics we have taken from WHO guidelines, and we have audited that is this antibiotic prescribed is justified to the patient or not. So next please. The population was IPD patients who are admitted in critical care units, not in wards. We have tried to just check all our patients who are more prone, who are more prone for infection and more critical. So we have inclusion criteria like patients admitted in critical care units, patient advised with restricted antibiotics, those restricted antibiotics in the justification form was filled. So we have a hospital policy. If a patient is prescribed with the restricted antibiotics, our consultant should fill a form, justification form that why this medicine is being prescribed. So clinical pharmacologists and microbiologists should review this and say yes, it's justified or not justified. If not justified, what the corrective measures should be taken. Total number of 218 patients were audited, in which we have seen meropenem and colistin was prescribed more often, 81 and 73 patients in that. Geriatric patients have been prescribed more with antibiotics than other age groups. 193 patients were on single restricted antibiotics therapy, 24 patients were on dual. Out of 218 patients, 39 patients were getting irrational prescriptions, irrational antibiotics, those antibiotics which is really not needed to the patient, but still it was given. Like if you talk in majorly, the patient was the blood culture was sent to the patient, sent to the microbiology department, and culture was negative, but still the higher antibiotics were on continuation. So in that case, these all prescriptions were captured as a irrational and corrective actions taken at the same time. So all suggestions of this study was, so every hospital must have a team having a consultant, microbiologist, clinical pharmacologist, pharmacist who can decide and help to decrease antimicrobial resistance. So हमारे पेशेंट जो अभी कितने 7 लाख अभी मर रहे हैं सिर्फ एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस के कारण से, और वो एक WHO ने भी कहा है कि 2050 में अप्रोक्सीमेटली 10 लाख के हम कगार में पहुंचने वाले हैं ड्यू टू जस्ट माय एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस के कारण से। सो नाउ वी हैव टू बी कॉन्शियस ऑन दैट कि जब भी हम कोई पेशेंट हम अब कुछ जाते हैं कि फार्मेसी शॉप पे,
प्लीज बी क्विक, सॉरी।
ओके सर। तो अगर हम जाते हैं ओपीडी में और बोलते हैं हमें एस्ट्रोमाइसिन दे दो, वी नो एस्ट्रोमाइसिन इज द वन एंटीबायोटिक जो सबसे ज्यादा एब्यूज होता है, मतलब एब्यूज इन द सेंस की इरेशनली उसको लेते हैं और सबसे ज्यादा मेडिसिन से रेजिस्टेंस एस्ट्रोमाइसिन होता है। So it's not me, it's WHO कहता है। Thank you. That's all my time. Thank you very much.
Well done.
If you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Dr. Avinash has been awarded one of the best researchers award. So I request Dr. Mukesh and Dr. Natarajan to please award a certificate and memento.
So Mukesh, I had just a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have profile of the various indications for these antibiotics were prescribed?
Yes, sir. We have prepared a hospital antibiotic policy, which is taken from CDC and WHO. And we, for irrational antibiotics prescriptions, we take a reference from that hospital policy.
In the ICU-based data.
Yes, sir.
What are the indications for which the antibiotics are given? What was disease the patients were having?
Yes, sir.
What disease were given?
Sir, majorly have seen that the sir patient was on like a meningitis head trauma का patient आया है, we have a head trauma का patient और he is admitted in ICU. उसको मेरे पे vancomycin has been advised, but कल्चर रिपोर्ट जब हमने भेजा, कल्चर रिपोर्ट में मेरे पे was resistant, but still it was continuation. It was continued. जबकि patient was not responding that much. Thank you, sir.
Now, please stay on the stage for them. Give a big applause for Dr. Avinash. Now may I call upon Dr. Lavneesh and Dr. Jitendra to present a Young Researchers Award to Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, are you there? Again, Best Researchers Award for Rahul Srivastava. Give a big applause for him. Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you for your precious time and patience. Thank you so much. मुझे लगता है हम सब थक गए हैं और एग्जॉस्ट हो गए हैं और बोर भी थोड़ा थोड़ा होने लगे हैं, बिकॉज मोनोटनी हो गई है. सो आई कॉल अपॉन श्री सेवक जगवानी सर, थोड़ा तन मुक्ति के लिए हास्य योग हो जाए. सर प्लीज वेलकम ऑन स्टेज प्लीज. applause sir.
ये योग का किताब इन्होंने लिखा है और हास्य योग में बहुत निपुण है. हमारे आसपास जितनी भी सोसाइटीज हैं सारे लोग इनको देखते ही खुश हो जाते हैं. अब ये हमें हंसाएंगे. सो बाकी इनके बारे में ये अंकल खुद बताएंगे आपको.
विद्वान वैज्ञानिकों, चिकित्सकों एवं रिसर्चर्स तथा पब्लिशर्स, मैं आपके श्री चरणों में कोट नमन करता हूं. आपने तालियां बजाई, लेकिन तालियां बजाने में बहुत कंजूसी. इतना जोर से तालियां बजाइए, 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 बजाइए. गलत. कोई ताली यूं बजा रहा है, कोई ताली यूं बजा रहा है. ताली बजाना भी नहीं है. ताली बजाना है तो मध्य में बजाइए और बजाने का तरीका रहेगा कि ये जो रेस्पेक्टिव आवाज आ रही है,
ये देखिए रेस्पेक्टिव उंगलियां का टॉप्स, अंगूठा अंगूठे के ऊपर और बाकी सब उंगलियां एक के ऊपर। आपको पता होना चाहिए कि हम जो जीवित हैं किन पंच तत्वों की वजह से जीवित है। ये अंगूठा देखिए, ईश्वर ने इसकी ऐसी डिजाइन की है कि ये सबसे मोटा है, 5 उंगलियों में से ये सबसे मोटा है। यह अग्नि तत्व है। अगली उंगली जो है यह वायु तत्व है। ये उंगली देखिए बीच वाली, 2 इधर है 2 इधर है, ये सबसे ऊंची है। भगवान ने इसको ऊंचा क्या बनाया है? क्योंकि आकाश तत्व सबसे ऊंचा है। और इसकी अग्नि तत्व जो उंगली है यह पृथ्वी तत्व है। और यह जो है सबसे छोटी उंगली है, पानी सबसे नीचे जाता है। हिमालय से पानी बहता हुआ नदियों से समुद्र में तल में जाके मिलता है। तो ये जल तत्व है। ये पंच तत्व का संतुलन बिगड़ने से शरीर में विभिन्न प्रकार के रोग उत्पन्न होते हैं। यहां से नीचे तक जितने भी रोग है ये सब वात रोग की कृपा से, यहां से यहां तक जितने रोग है ये पित्त तत्व की कृपा से हो रहे हैं। और यहां से ऊपर जितने भी है कफ की कृपा से हो रहे हैं। तो आइए इन पंच तत्वों का संतुलन करें। और ताली बजाने का तरीका ये रहेगा, बीच में गैप रहेगा। जब हम बजाएं तो ये साउंड जो है इको साउंड में परिवर्तित हो जाए। ये देखिए नहीं, नहीं, आइए इस संसार में चाहे 4 साल का बच्चा हो, चाहे मेरे जैसा 76 ईयर्स का बुढ़ा हो, हर व्यक्ति को तनाव है। बढ़िया, तुम बताना तनाव को अंग्रेजी में क्या बोलते हैं बेटे? अरे आप सब इंग्लिश में बोल रहे हैं, मैं तो इतना पढ़ा लिखा नहीं हूँ। बताइए तनाव को क्या बोलते हैं इंग्लिश में? स्ट्रेस। ताली बजा दीजिए। STRESS। स्ट्रेस क्यों हो रहा है? ध्यान दीजिए, पहला लेटर जो एस है इट डिनोट्स स्ट्रेंथ, फिजिकल, मेंटल एंड स्पिरिचुअल स्ट्रेंथ। क्योंकि ये तीनों स्ट्रेंथ हमारी कम हो रही है, इसलिए तनाव हमें चाहते मारे। आपके अंदर ताकत कितनी होनी चाहिए? स्वामी विवेकानंद कहते हैं स्ट्रेंथ इज लाइफ एंड वीकनेस इज डेथ। दूसरा लेटर है ST, ई मींस ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल। हम यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं लेकिन दिमाग दौड़ रहा है, बाहर उछल रहा है। हर कोई बोलता है ओम शांति, ओम शांति। शांति शांति सब कहे, शांत रहे देखो। लोग मन में शांति रहे तो रोग का है। अशांत व्यक्ति कोई नींद नहीं है, अशांत व्यक्ति कोई हार्ट अटैक हो रहा है। ध्यान रखिए, हमारे दिमाग में नेगेटिविटी भरी हुई है। सोचते हैं मेरे मरने के बाद मेरी प्रॉपर्टी किसको मिलेगी, मेरे लड़के को नौकरी मिलेगी कि नहीं, मेरी लड़की की शादी होगी कि नहीं। अरे चिंता से ऐसा डूबा हुआ है। चाह गई चिंता मिटी, मनुआ बेपरवाह, जिनको कछु न चाहिए साहन के प्रति। 10 मिनट तो दोगे? मैं सुबह से 6 घंटे से इंतजार कर रहा हूँ और आप बोलते सवेरे। समय आपके पास 100 साल का है। वेद की वाणी है, जीवे में श्रद्धा खत्म। 100 साल तक जीने के लिए हम आए, मरने के लिए नहीं आए। ध्यान रखना। और STR मीन्स रीबिल्ड। मैं 1983 में दिल्ली में आया था, 1 या 2 फ्लाईओवर थे, सैकड़ों फ्लाईओवर बन गए, इतनी मेट्रो बन गई। बिकॉज सिटी हैज बीन रीडिजाइन्ड। वी आर रीडिजाइनिंग एवरीथिंग, but we don't redesign ourselves. You cannot change this world. Change yourself. self transformation. और next है STRE, E means erase. रबड़ से मिटा दीजिए जो आपको क्रोध आ रहे हैं, जो आप ईर्ष्या कर रहे हैं, जो आप अहंकार में डूबे हुए हैं, फॉल्स इगोइज्म में डूबे हुए हैं, वेमनेस, दूसरों की क्रिटिसिज्म करके बिगड़ चुके हैं। नहीं, इस सब को इरेज कर दीजिए। और अगला है एस, एस मींस शेयर, शेयर मार्केट नहीं कि धड़ाम से लुढ़क गया तो सुसाइड कर लिया। शेयर योर नॉलेज, शेयर योर एक्सपीरियंस एंड शेयर योर मनी विच यू हैव अर्न वेरी ऑनेस्टली। और यदि ये सब चीजें आपको पसंद नहीं है तो लास्ट एस, surrender yourself in the holy feet of the Almighty. दीन बंधु दीनानाथ मेरी डोली तेरेगा, तुम्हें माता सप्ता तुम्हें, तुम्हें बंधु चस्का तुम्हें, तुम्हें नमन तुम्हें, तुम्हें सर्वम हम दे। आइए हम कितने भी अच्छे वस्त्र पहन लें, कितने भी ब्यूटी पार्लर्स के पास चले जाए, your dress is incomplete until and unless your face wears the smile. आइए, जिस किसी ने अभी सर्जरी कराई है उसको छोड़ करके मैं हाथ जोड़ करके आपके चेहरे स्पर्श करके प्रार्थना करता हूँ 2 मिनट के लिए खड़े हो, जो खड़े हो सकते। या किसको कुछ अपंगता है, कोई तकलीफ है तो नहीं खड़े, कृपया करके खड़े हो। ये देखिए फोटोग्राफर फोटो खींच रहा है। आपने पासपोर्ट बनवाया होगा, आपने लाइसेंस बनवाया होगा, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस, राशन कार्ड बनवाया है, आधार कार्ड बनवाया है, सब जगह आपको फोटो लगता है। और बाई चांस मेरे पास फोटो नहीं हो, आजकल तो टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत एडवांस है, मोबाइल से फोटो खींच देते हैं। मान लीजिए मेरे पास फोटो नहीं है, हमने जिंदगी में कितने बार कहाँ जाते हैं फोटो खिंचवाने के लिए? किसके पास जाते हैं? फोटोग्राफर के पास। तो आपको याद होगा फोटोग्राफर फोटो खींचने से पहले क्या कहता है? स्माइल, बिकॉज वी हैव फॉरगॉटन टू स्माइल। हमारी हंसी किसी ने छीन ली है, हम दुखी आत्मा बन चुके हैं। ये शरीर स्वस्थ रहे, मन शांत रहे और आत्मा पवित्र रहे। तो आइए ईमानदारी से बताइए, आप 84 लाख दुनिया है, ईश्वर ने केवल मनुष्य की डिजाइन ऐसी की है चेहरे की जो मुस्कुरा सकता है। आपने किसी गधे को हंसते हुए देखा, किसी कुत्ते को हंसते हुए देखा है, किसी हाथी को हंसते हुए देखा है? नहीं। लेकिन जिसको हंसना चाहिए वो सबसे अधिक रो रहा, सबसे ज्यादा परेशान। आइए ईमानदार से बताइए, आप हंसना चाहेंगे या रोना चाहेंगे? हंसना। फिर देरी किस बात की है? दोनों हाथ उठा के जोर से बोलिए। अरे आवाज नहीं आ रही। अपना ब्लड प्रेशर लगवा लीजिए, हाई है नॉर्मल हो जाएगा, लो है नॉर्मल है, शुगर लेवल निपटा लीजिए। आप सब साइंटिस्ट हैं, आप सब डॉक्टर्स हैं। आईसीयू में जब मैं पेशेंट भर्ती हूँ, जब मेरा चिकित्सक आकर के मुस्कुरा के होता है, कैसे हो भैया, आधी तो ठीक हो जाती है मुस्कुराने से। तो आइए एक दूसरे का फोटो खींचेंगे। हाथ में कैमरा ऐसे पकड़ लीजिए, ऐसा पकड़िए और फोटो ऐसा आना चाहिए हंसता हुआ नूरानी चमक हो, जैसे सूर्य चमक रहा है, आभा हो, प्रतिभा हो। और फोटो खींचते हुए कृपया करके हंसना मत भूलिए, मुस्कुराना मत भूलिए और खींचिए। ईमानदारी से बताइए, फोटो अच्छा है या खराब है? बहुत बढ़िया साहब बोले, तो बोलिए गुड या वेरी गुड, बोलिए वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। तो ऐसा कीजिए। जनरली वी क्रिटिसाइज अदर्स, दूसरों की आलोचना करते हैं, तू ऐसा है, तू ऐसा है, तू ऐसा है। एक उंगली उधर है, 3 उंगली मेरी तरफ है, मैं 3 गुना आपसे ज्यादा बदमाश हूँ। 3 उंगलियां मेरी ओर फिंगर कर रही है। तो आइए, यदि मेरा बेटा एमएनसी में काम कर रहा है, 4 लाख 5 लाख रुपए कमा रहा है महीने में, और ये तो शराब पी करके घर में आकर के अपनी बीवी को पीट रहा है, बीइंग ए फादर मेरा क्या कर्तव्य है? उसको समझाना, बेटे आज के बाद कृपया करके पीना बंद कर। कहूंगा कि नहीं? क्या उसको बोलूंगा पीटते रहो? आप किसी की गलती पकड़े, उसको केवल समझाएं, और ऐसा समझाएं कि जीवन में उसकी पुनरावृत्ति रिपीटेशन कभी नहीं करेगा। कृपया करके हाथ ऐसा कीजिए, और एक दूसरे की गलती पकड़ते हुए, समझाते हुए, मुस्कुराते हुए, नेत्रों को घुमाते हुए, और देखिए, ये उंगली आपके अंदर अहंकार का भाव प्रकट करती है। इस उंगली को तोड़ दीजिए, जीरो बने, ईगोलेसनेस, जीरो ईगो। ये देखिए, कोई भी आपके सामने वक्ता है, इतने अच्छे स्पीकर्स आए, आप कहते हुए क्या कमाल की बात, मजा। ये देखिए, तो चीज बड़ी है, मस्त मस्त और मस्त। तो आइए, डोंट क्रिटिसाइज, एप्रिशिएट अदर। देखिए, आपका समय बहुत मूल्यवान है। मैं तो 1 घंटे तक आसान में रहूंगा, लेकिन यदि आपकी परमिशन 1 लाख ऐसी करा सकता हूँ। आजकल लोग शराब पी रहे हैं, कड़वी चीजें पी रहे हैं, चाय पी रहे हैं, कॉफी पी रहे हैं, टेम्पा कोला पी रहे हैं। ये सब कड़वी चीजें, इसलिए उसके अंदर मीठा मिलाया जाता है। अपनी माँ के बाद, जिस माँ ने मुझे अपनी कोख से जन्म दिया है, उसके बाद यदि कोई माँ है, वो है गौ माता। गौ माता का दूध, उसमें लेसिथिन पदार्थ होता है जो अन्य किसी दूध में अवेलेबल नहीं होता। आइए, गौ माता का दूध पिएंगे, लेकिन डिस्पोजेबल ग्लास में नहीं, कांच के गिलास में नहीं, पीतल या सोने चांदी के गिलास में नहीं, मिट्टी के कुल्हड़ में। अंत में मिट्टी में ही मिलना है, मिट्टी में दफना दिया जाएगा, मिट्टी में ही जला दिया जाएगा। भस्मांतम शरीरम, वेद की वाणी है, अंत तो घटता, ये शरीर भस्म में मिलने वाला है। भस्म में मिलने से पहले अपनी माता के स्तन का दूध पी लीजिए और शक्तिशाली बन जाइए। हाथ में कुल्हड़ लगाइए, मिट्टी का कुल्हड़, और ऐसा आनंद लीजिए कि पूरी ताकत ही जगा जाएगा। एक बच्चा 5 साल में भागता हुआ मेरे पास आया, अंकल मजा नहीं है। मैंने कहा बेटे क्या दूध फट गया क्या? बोला नहीं, फटा नहीं है, ये अंकल है, इन्होंने अपनी हाथ की सर्जरी करा रखी है। ये अंकल है, डायबिटिक पेशेंट है, डॉक्टर ने मना कर रखा है मीठा मत खाइए। अरे मैं तो ग्रोइंग चाइल्ड हूँ, मुझे तो पीना है, मीठा डालिए। आइए, बच्चे को मीठा उसके दूध में डालते हैं, दोनों हाथ कमर पर पकड़िए, और जरा आज आपने एक्सरसाइज नहीं की है तो जरा एक्सरसाइज कीजिए, जिंदगी भर कमर में दर्द रहेगा। दूध में चीनी डालते हैं, एक बच्चा फिर सकता हूँ, अंकल आपको बोले इतना दूध गर्म था कि जीभ में छाले पड़ गए। तो पुराने जो हलवाई होते थे, उनके पास जो सिलेंडरिकल बर्तन होते हैं, तो दूध को ठंडा करते हैं। एक में दूध होता है, एक में खली रहता है। तो आइए, दूध को ठंडा करते हैं। अब दूध तो 5000 लोगों ने पी लिया। वो जो हलवाई था, वो बोलता भैया पैसे कौन देगा? भैया पैसे तो तुम तो जिसने आर्डर दिया, बोला मुझे तो टेलीफोन पे आर्डर दिया, पहले उसका फोटो तो नहीं खींच, मुझे क्या पता किस जाएगा? बोला था प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने किया था। तो कहाँ है पैसे? अब उनको तो 10 लगे आ जाइए। अब बताइए पैसे कौन देगा? मजाक के लिए ऐसे भी बोलो क्या कहते हैं जब पर रिपीट कर सकते हैं जब किसी को पैसे नहीं देना हो ऐसा नहीं कि हमको बेईमानी कर लिया जब पर लागू करता है किसको पैसे नहीं दे रहे हैं तो भैया पैसे लोग पप्पू दे आइए मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि आज की ये कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत सक्सेसफुल हो हम ईश्वर के कृपा पात्र बने रहें हम अपने माता पिता गुरुजनों संपूर्ण मानव समाज तथा राष्ट्र की निस्वार्थ सेवा करते रहें हमारा शारीरिक मानसिक बौद्धिक व्यवहारिक पारिवारिक सामाजिक आर्थिक नैतिक राष्ट्रीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय भावनात्मक एवं आध्यात्मिक स्वास्थ्य ठीक रहे हमारे परिवार का स्वास्थ्य ठीक रहे पूरे विश्व का स्वास्थ्य ठीक रहे चारों सुख शांति समृद्धि आनंद याद रहे ओम शांति शांति
धन्यवाद शेख जगबानी जी. Now I call Dr. Jyotsna Seth Madam for panel discussion. She will be moderating the session. Thank you.
A very good evening to all of you. Thank you, Jagwani sir. It was a quite good change in the conference. And now the most awaited panel discussion, what we are actually waiting for. For that, I would call upon our panelists. The first panelist, Dr. Vineet Banga. He's an MBBS, MD Pathology, MBA HR, Senior Specialist and Head of Department of Acharya Shri Bhikshu Government Hospital, New Delhi, Assistant Editor of Indian Journal of Pathology and Oncology, trainer and guest speaker all India radio in different government organizations, conducts stress management and signs of happiness in various publications in national and international journals. With these words, I welcome Dr. Vineet Banga sir. We have another panelist on board, Dr. Anubha Agrawal, MBBS, DCH, DNB, Hospital Administrator, NABH Assessor. She's a pediatrician, Hospital Administrator, and panel NABH Assessor. She is a medical superintendent in various medical colleges in Uttar Pradesh. She is an NABH Assessor since 2008, faculty for training program in NABH. She has various publications in various international, national, and state journals, and also contributed in various books and chapters. She has been speaker in various international and national conferences, and she has also an inclination towards social service and participated in various medical camps. She has received various awards for untiring effort in the academic and administrative ground. With these words, we welcome ma'am. We have another panelist, Dr. Manu Rathi ma'am. She's presently working as a senior professor and head of Department of Prosthodontics at Postgraduate Institute of Dental Sciences, Rohtak. She did her BDS in '96 and won medals during graduation. She did her MDS in 2001 and DNB in 2004, MBA in 2014. Currently, she is President, IPS Haryana State Branch, Chairperson for Board of PG Studies, Health University, Haryana. She has served as member, Court of Health University, Haryana, and member Executive Council, Indian Prosthodontic Society. Founder, President, IPS Haryana State Branch, and she is a member of various other national bodies. She is a recognized postgraduate teacher and guided more than a lot of postgraduate students more than 19 years. And with these words, I welcome Manu Rathi. We have another panelist with us, Dr. Rita R. Gupta ma'am. She's a senior scientific officer, grade 1, assistant chemical examiner to the Government of India. She has experience of working with both Central Forensic Laboratory and the Directorate of Forensic Science, MHA, as AGEQD CFSL Chandigarh Directorate of Forensic Science Services, New Delhi, and presently working with the prestigious organization Central Forensic Science Laboratory, CBI, New Delhi, with 24 years of experience of research and development. Interest area is R&D work, including application of nanotechnology, toxicology, and forensic medicine, paper examination, application of Raman spectroscopy, travel documents, passport forgery, and much more. She has been also promising results in various national and international peer-reviewed journals, Indian Chemical Society of India, CBI Bulletin. We welcome you, ma'am. We have Dr. Rajesh Bareja, Professor, Department of Microbiology, World College of Medical Sciences and Research, Jhajjar, Haryana, Associate Professor of Microbiology. We welcome you, sir. We have the last panelist on the board, Dr. Bhupendra G. Prajapati. His work as a professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics, Sri S.K. Patel College of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Ganpat University, North Gujarat, India. He did his PhD at Hemchandra, North Gujarat University. He did his PG and UG from MS University of Baroda, and he has 20 years of experience in academics and industry. He was awarded the Career Award for a Young Teacher by AICTE New Delhi, and he was also awarded for the Distinguished Associate Professor in Tech Next India 2017, and President Award of Staff Excellence in Research 19 and 21, and Capacity Building by Ganpat University. He claimed on his name more than 60 national and international publications. With these words, we welcome all the panelists on the board, and we will start with our panel discussion. I would request, there are a few questions to the panelists, and the time is like near about, because we are little running short of time. So we are providing 3 minutes for the speaker to say something on that topic. And the first question goes to Dr. Anubha Agarwal, ma'am. What is the current scenario of research in India? The current scenario in India is not, for the research is not very good, I would say. Out of the total researches, only 5% of the world researches are done in India. And out of those 5%, only 10% are published. So I would say that it is only the minimal researches are being done, and the publication is still little less. And we have to really work hard to improve this. I would also like to say that in India, whatever the protocols are made, the treatment protocols or the policies are made, they are based on the data which is from outside only. Because in India, we don't have those researches, we don't have our own data. So we need to work more hard, more clinical surveys should be done so that we can develop our data, our health status, our health disease patterns, and we can make the treatment protocols and other things based on our data. So for that, our country is also gradually improving, and the institutions are making it mandatory for the students also to work more on it. Some mandatory researches are to be done, and it is on the students that they should really work on the original researches, just not cut copy paste system should be avoided. And unless we make our own researches, we cannot make our own treatment protocols and our data. So we need to improve a lot on these clinical researches in India. Like one more thing I would like to highlight, this Hindustani Ayurveda systems and all, they are all in our country, everything was treated, but we don't have any data for that. That's why it is not accepted. So gradually, if we have more data on them, then the things can be accepted. So we need to develop, and there is a really need to develop this clinical surveys in our country. Thank you, ma'am. That's very true that we have to work actually on our databases, that we should have a lot of data if we need to support some survey. Thank you, ma'am. Next question with the survey that has been gone to Dr. Rajesh Bareja, sir. Various funding sources for research in India in the Ministry of Home Affairs and other organizations.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to tell you there are so many agencies, not for the medical field and dental and other fields also. Almost all the ministry which is present in India funding almost all the researches. But especially related to the medical field, dental and other fields, ICMR is the most renownable, you can say, the agency to fund all the researches and other things. However, National Institute of Health is also funding so many researches. There are so many agencies we cannot count. Even at least, you can say more than 130 agencies are there, and more than 150 scholarships are also there in the respective fields. So there are so many agencies out of these: ICMR, UGC, NIH, CSIR, DBT programs. There are so many agencies. So if we see In the last month, we have some budget discussion with the Poonawalla as a renowned, you can know all these persons. So they told that they have allocated too much budget. But the main problem was that that budget was, you can say, more than, you can say, the research means we can say that we have not applied for the research purposes, and they have saved so many budget. So they have changed their policy that we have not only, we are going to do now allocate the budget. Means the demand will come, then only we will give some budget and other things. And I have seen the data that in 2021 and 22, almost budget allocated by the Department of Health, it was 2,663 crore. And it was more than 20% from the previous budget. So in this way, if somebody wants to do some researches and other things, definitely they have to apply through the proper channel, as already discussed that all the things should be in the proper way, ethical committee and other things are there. So in this way, we can go for the, you can say the actual research. And then if our research is passed and okay, everything will be okay, then definitely we will get all the fund and other things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, that's true. There is a lack of awareness regarding a lot of funding agencies. A lot of authors doesn't know that there are agencies which are there to fund the research. So I think that awareness should also be there regarding the agencies. Thank you, sir. Now the next portion is a proactive role, which goes to Dr. Bhupendra sir. Proactive role of editorial board in terms of quality of research work publication. A little comment on.
Okay, so quality of research, as such, it is a big topic. And it is not a sole responsibility of the publisher, editor-in-chief or editorial board, but how it can be improved. So the editorial board, usually they work as a supportive team to the publisher and an editor-in-chief. Whatever the submissions are there, they qualify for the scope of the journal or not, and based on that, they scrutinize and proceed for the review process. Now, the editorial associates or the board are also meet frequently for improvement of their own quality and publications. What they can do is give suggestions for current trends. Whatever the recent trends are there, they can have some thematic issues, they can have some sections or topics which can be taken up. Like if the COVID-19 was there, they can immediately, mostly all journals have started their own sections or a topic which has been related or falls into the scope of their journal. Then the editorial board can also review frequently that what are the rejection ratios are there and what are the problems are there that has been leading to the excess of the journal and increase into the citation scores or the impact factor. That can be done by usually the some publication or supportive systems which can improve their presence in the market. The social media is also one of the kind of the thing where all the editorial boards or members can associate with them, and regularly they can invite the new authors which has been expert in that field. Collaborate with them, invite them for the contribution. Along with that, even reviewers, appointment of reviewers is also an integral part of that. If in their vicinity, some of the good reviewers are there, they can invite for the reviews. And even in many of the cases, which I personally observe, that if good reviewers are there, they also many times invite for the editorial board. That will support in future for quality of the work. So, at a large, editorial board is a key advisory section which can help the improvement of the quality by regular meeting, discussions and suggestions. I hope I justify your.
Yes, sir. That's true. That it's not only the author thing that the editorial, the editorial has to tell put a new marks on this journal just to improve the journal quality. Very true, sir. Now the next question goes to Dr. Vineet Banga, sir. Role of reviewer and editorial board to enhance the publication with the innovation in terms of national publication and recognition. Because now these days there are a lot of things which is upcoming that we should publish in an international journal or a national journal. So, sir, little comment on how to promote it.
Am I audible? Yeah. From the morning we are calling Gita. Gita का बहुत बड़ा एक उपदेश है. कर्म करो, फल की इच्छा मत करो. I am not saying फल की इच्छा मत करो. फल तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. That is गीता का उपदेश. So, gone with these words, we should work hard as a reviewer, and reviewers are not separate from the organization. It's like a virtual cycle. If reviewer does a very good work, it's the organization which gets benefit. Organization gets good standard. That means the reviewer gets a good standard. So we are in tandem. We are working together. So first is the work sincerely. Whatever work is given to us as a reviewer, we should work sincerely. Because if we work sincerely, the reputation of the organization goes. It's like teamwork. What we call teamwork is together, everyone achieves more. So it is like virtual cycle, and we don't have to think only selfish part. Yes, I am reviewing good things, so I am getting higher promotion. That obviously we will get it. But what we are giving back to society, that is means we are encouraging the researchers. Normally what happens? We get the articles, we say, okay, this article cannot be published. But be truthful, be transparent, and be compassionate with those researchers. Put yourself in those foot that somebody has done a study, at least guide them why they are wrong. Be transparent in your work. Yes, these are the issues. So in the end, ultimately, I say work sincerely from the reviewer point, from the listen to that part, see the problems what the authors are seeing, and always work in tandem with the organization. I think if you work like this with a selfless motive, obviously we will get promoted, our journal will get a high standard, and the authors will also have a trust in us. Trust is a very, very important thing. We should develop trust. I think I'll end with this.
Thank you, sir. I think that is the crux of the story, that we need to change our mindset if we need to improve. Thank you, sir. Now, the next question goes to Dr. Rita ma'am. Future or current scenario of research and the various challenges of research in India with the perspective of Indian scenario and demand of time.
All the panelists focus about the research and development and all the scenarios like good or not good. What is my view? The view is that in the present time, the research is well going in India. We are addressing all the gray area of the research where the topic is slightly addressed. Thing is that we are not able to recognize by the international forum due to the economical reason or some other reason. And there is a thing that national and international, there is nothing national and international journal. Whatever the journal available in front of us, we can publish our latest research work in that journal. This is a time of internet, cyber world. All people are going across the world, seeing all the journals, lower to highest. And the impact factor is important, but it is not so important to put the research work inside the laboratory and not publish. If we are not going to publish our journal, our articles in the right time, somebody else will be published. And thing is that so many agencies are funding for the research and development programs, DST, DBT, ICMR, and engineering research institutes, and other many private organizations are also right time addressing the research and development programs in their own organization. Recently, the Government of India started this unit, Institute of Forensic Science, as a national important institute. The institute has taken all the area of the research and development of the science and technology and forensic science. Now it is on the initial point and it is going to spread all over the country. So I think in the future scenario of research and development in the India is very bright. We have to address ourselves, focus ourselves on the point to point the requirement of the country and the society. Research is not like that, do something inside the laboratory, publish some data on the article in the form of article and left it. Research is that is useful in the applicable area of that. Like in the forensic science, I am working in the Central Forensic Science Laboratory of New Delhi. What is the thing is that all the works are, all the gray areas are not covered in the R&D. Those doing the research, searching some topic and taking some topic for research only for doing PhD work. That is not properly applicable in the area of the actual requirement of the case analysis and case address to the criminal justice system. So main focus of the research must be at the applicable part and is the utility part. And I hope that the future research work will be enhanced. Like we are in G20 on the 17th rank of the world level, and it is approximately 0.65% of whole world research. So we are not.
And such conferences will really help them and will really spread awareness regarding the how to write an article or how to publish it. Thank you, ma'am. Now the question goes to Dr. Manu Rathi, ma'am. What are the ways
our nation has been sensitized towards the need of the research, as my previous panelists have just mentioned. And the fact that there are more than 100 agencies funding research, that also emphasizes the same fact that this need for research exists, that has been realized, and funding has been allocated for that. Now the next, also the earlier panelist said that the research percentage of our country is less. What next is to be done? We have to conduct the research, but how it should be done? Now the question is that how the level of the research is to be upgraded. Any activity would be of quality if it is approved by any authentic body. So there are statutory guidelines laid down, and the establishment of institutional ethical committee has been made mandatory by the Indian Council of Medical Research. And any research which is approved, which goes from the point of its beginning to the culmination through this body, is a standardized research, and that is accepted in the international journals. That's how we move on to the higher index journals. So the requirement is that any research that is scholar takes up research, first it should be registered at the synopsis stage with an authorized body. I'm sure many of all the institutes are having institutional ethical committee. And till the end stage, when this research comes to a publication stage, any good journal will ask for the IEC registration number. That will ensure that journal that this research has gone through the regular process of standardization, and then that will get a higher, that will be accepted at a higher pedestal. And that is how, if any journal accepts a research which has gone through this process, the journal's level would be elevated, as the previous panelist mentioned about the reviewer. If a reviewer picks upon these points, and so such studies are filtered, the journal itself is put onto a higher pedestal, And same way the researchers move on a higher level, and definitely, and ma'am said that we would be moving to the international level. And this need has been incorporated into the various curriculum also. Earlier it was, there were not many of the mandatory requirements, but currently many of the statutory bodies are making it mandatory for the postgraduates and other scholars to have stipulated number of the publications before they become eligible to appear in the examination. It means the need for the research is has been perceived in the country by all the authorities in various fields. Ma'am also mentioned about many of the statutory bodies. So it has been accepted, and not only accepted, the funds have been also allocated. And so the specifically the researchers, they have to publish certain number of the articles before they are eligible to appear in the examinations. So I think the process of the research is standardized, controlled by the statutory bodies, and to some extent geared by the governing bodies and the examination bodies, universities and other councils as well. That is the current scenario in the country. Thank you, Jyotsna, for your question.
Thank you, ma'am. It was always very. And now I think the session is open for open question. We can have any query regarding, we have a research scholar sitting here. If any query you have, you can, yeah, please.
Hello. This is about the institution ethics committee. It's of paramount. It's of paramount importance that we give a lot of weighting to the papers or the projects which have been submitted to the institution ethics committee. Sometimes what happens, ये मेरा दोस्त है यार इसके पास ऐसा नहीं होता है. You have to be very clear. I like to get a paper to review. You come to know मेरे दोस्त है तो इसको etc. You have to be honest to your job. You have to have good integrity. Then only the level of our research will go up. नहीं तो what we do in India जो west में हुआ उसी को फिर से छाप के we research and send it. Thank you.
So, may I have a comment regarding this? So you very aptly pointed out that if you want quality, it has to be a good ethical committee, and the conduct of the ethical committee has to be of a standards. Definitely, there is a provision to ensure that, sir, because the chairperson of the institutional ethical committee cannot be from the same institute, and the composition of the each institutional committee is quite diverse and it is quite specified. That makes it quite inconvenient to have an easy pass through the institutional ethical committee. That aspect has been taken care of the composition of the ethical committees. And it is a wonderful topic, and I must compliment the organizers for bringing up to the research on such a good platform. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you, Paramjit sir. So we have one more question.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Bali, and it's good that you brought up the matter of the conduct of ethics committees. You see, in 2019, what we did was we introduced a regulation which introduced a term called academic clinical trial. Right? And it said that academic clinical trial is going to be exempt from the other regulatory approvals which are required for clinical trials. So we were, unfortunately, we went back to ICMR, we discussed it with CSIR, and we were told that the demand has come from the academicians themselves. Every clinical trial is an academic clinical trial. So the first thing is that, this proprietary clinical trial and academic clinical trial, I don't know how this notion came up, but not only did our medical leaders or leadership or some segment of that leadership go to the ICMR with this demand, it was not even contested. You see, The bottom line is the rules have to be same for everybody. It is not that, if some student is doing it. And across the world, what is the problem with our system of doing research? We are expecting the students to produce world class research. You see, you have to empower principal investigators who are mid-rank and who are relatively senior positions. How does the West operate? They have their own laboratories. You fund your own laboratory. You are the head and you have a team behind you. And you have all these different funding agencies. You go to the funding agencies, you pick up those funds. Here, what we are doing is we're turning the problem on its head. We are expecting the student who has to, clear an exam. He has to submit a thesis. If he submits the thesis, he gets to take that exam. So no matter what he has written, it has to be passed in some form or the other. That is the unfortunate part sitting as examiners. It is imperative upon us that we have to do it. And if we are thinking that this is going to actually improve, more of the same is not going to improve it. Sitting here, if anybody wants to think about improving quality of research, you have to improve the quality of researchers. Don't expect the students to do it.
I would like to have a comment, give a comment regarding this. You're very right that academic clinical trials are not to be taken in, but definitely they are not taken up because there is. I will cite you within my example. Just allow me one moment, sir. Because research is a part of various courses, postgraduate and PhD courses. That's a routine research. And another research which has to go into the institutional ethical committee. I cite you the example of the University of Haryana where I'm serving. There are two different committees because PG dissertation is a routine clinical academic trial that does not need to the IEC, and we have a separate committee to approve the research projects for that. And ethical committee is separate, which is registered with the ICMR. But the research.
Yeah. Because I've been part of the advisory committee. That is why I was surprised that there was this thing.
That is the provision, just that any research does not go hayway. It is approved by one authority. And that's a routine one, so it is by one council. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your viewpoint, sir.
Well, I just want to draw attention to the infrastructural facilities. So I always keep on saying there are two components, the living components and the non-living components. Well, living components, if you leave a legacy, they will follow the legacy. But if you don't have infrastructure, you cannot proceed for the research the kind we expect our workers to do. Definitely, seniors have to delve into it, but infrastructure facilities will have to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists and all the researchers sitting here. It was really a great session and a great applause to all the panelists. And I would request Dr. S.S. Jha sir and Brigadier Dr. Pranamjeet Singh sir to felicitate our panelists sitting here. It was really a brainstorming session. I wish it could have been a little longer. Firstly, I call Dr. Vineet Banga. Dr. Rita. Dr. Anubha Agrawal. Dr. Bhupendra. Dr. Manu Rathi. Dr. Rajesh Bareja. Thank you, Jha sir. Thank you, Dr. Paramjeet Singh sir. Thank you all the panelists to be here with us. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Dr. Jyotsna, for moderating this session. Now, finally, we come to end of the 2 days hectic conference. So let's start with the valedictory function. And every event is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our hearts. We are reminded that the events like this one are milestones in the scientific journey. We have been listening to eminent speakers deliberating in the areas of research and publication. All these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these topics. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the invited guests, dignitaries, speakers, delegates who have blessed us with their presence. Now I would like to invite Dr. Himanshu Eren Sir, Director, Principal, Professor and Head, Prosthodontics, Seema Dental College and Hospital, to come to the stage for chairing this valedictory function. I also invite Dr. Anubha Agarwal, Co-Chief Guest, Pediatrician and Hospital Administration. Please be the co-chairperson for this valedictory function. So let us start this valedictory function. First of all, I request Dr. Jha sir to please join us on the stage. I also Dr. Lalit sir to please join us on the stage. Dr. Nikita ma'am, you are with me. She is with me only. Now I first of all call Mr. Bala Subramanian, Best Business Partner, to receive the award. Mr. Bala Subramanian, please, can we have you on the stage? A big applause. Please don't be miser for claps. So I request the chairpersons and co-chairpersons and Jha sir and Lalit sir to please, अब आपको बैठने नहीं देंगे हम. Award for Shri Bala Subramanian ji, Best Business Partner 2022. Now I invite Dr. Vikesh Bharti, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Library Science and Information Technology. Dr. Vikesh Bharti. Best Editor, Indian Journal of Library Science and Information Technology, Dr. Bharti. Next, I invite Dr. Prakash Kumar Mandal, Best Editor-in-Chief, Journal of Hematology and Allied Sciences. Mandal sir, please. He has been with us for the last 2 days. Dr. Prakash Kumar Mandal. Please get the momentum first, Dr. Prakash. Big applause. Now I invite on stage Dr. Sheikh Abid Ali, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Pharmacy and Pharmacology. Dr. Sheikh Abid Ali. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sheikh Abid Ali. Dr. Sheikh Abid Ali, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Pharmacy and Pharmacology. Next, Dr. Kirti Agarwal. Dr. Kirti Agarwal, Best Editor, Journal of Management Research and Analysis. Dr. Kirti Agarwal, is she there? Dr. Kirti Agarwal is not with us. Dr. Kirti Agarwal is there. Dr. Madan Jayaraman, Best Editor, International Journal of Orthopedic Rheumatology. Dr. Madan Jayaraman. Best Editor, International Journal of Orthopedic Rheumatology. Dr. Madan Jayaraman, please. No, I'm getting a certificate. Yes, sir, 2 orthopedics side by side. A big applause. Dr. Sankalp Yadav, Best Editor-in-Chief, Indian Journal of Immunology and Respiratory Medicine. Dr. Yadav, sir. Dr. Sankalp Yadav. Sir, जोर से बोलना पड़ता है सर, अंदर से आ रहा है। Dr. Jyotsna Seth, Best Editor, International Journal of Oral Health Dentistry. Dr. Jyotsna Seth. Dr. Lalit Gupta, sir. Best Editor-in-Chief, Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. Dr. Lalit.
Dr. Lalit Gupta, youngest and very dynamic editor-in-chief of Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. Clapping for Dr. Lalit Gupta, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, great mentor. Dr. Vidya Srikhar, Best Editor in Journal of Dental Specialties. Dr. Vidya Srikhar. Dr. Vidya Srikhar. Dr. Vidya Srikhar. Dr. Vidya Srikhar.
Then next is Dr. Savita Yogaraj ma'am. Dr. Savita Yogaraj ma'am. Vidya Shekhar. Then Dr. Savita Yogaraj madam, Best Editor for Indian Journal of Clinical Anatomy and Physiology. Next, Dr. Rita R. Gupta. Dr. Rita R. Gupta. International Journal of Forensic Medicine.
Rakesh Pernawat, sir, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. Dr. Bhupender Ji Prajapati, Best Editor in Chief, International Journal of Comprehensive and Advanced Pharmacology. And anesthetist, Dr. Kapil Chaudhary, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. Dr. Shobhus Tantre, Best Reviewer, Journal of Oral Medicine, Oral Surgery, Oral Pathology, Oral Radiology. Dr. Tantre. Dr. Abdul Waris, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Clinical and Experimental Ophthalmology. Abdul Waris. Dr. Sharmila. I think she is there. Dr. Sharmila. Dr. Sambhu Das, Best Editor, Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. Dr. Ashin Gupta. He's also left.
Ashin Gupta left.
Dr. Gaurav Jain, Indian Journal of Conservative and Endodontics. Dr. Prashansa Sharma, Best Reviewer, International Journal of Periodontology and Implantology. Dr. Prashansa. Dr. Ankit Kumar, Best Reviewer, Indian Journal of Anatomy and Surgery of Head and Neck and Brain. Not here. Dr. Himanshu Kumar Sanju, Best Reviewer, Indian Journal of Anatomy and Surgery of Head, Neck and Brain. Dr. Himanshu Kumar Sanju. Dr. Kirti Rani, Best Reviewer, Dr. Kirti Rani, Best Reviewer, International Journal of Comprehensive and Advanced Pharmacology, Dr. Kirti Rani.
बार समझाने के लिए आपको मतलब होता है
Dr. Himanshu Aronson, Best Editor in Chief, Dr. Himanshu Aronson. Dr. Rachna Vadha, Best Reviewer. Dr. Rachna Vadha. Best Reviewer Award. Now for the Best Researcher Awards, Dr. Jitendra Barsakia. Dr. Jitendra. Dr. Radhi Jain, Best Researcher. Dr. Amol Bansal. Dr. Geeta Arya. Best Researcher. Dr. Jyotsna. Dr. Geeta Arya, Best Researcher. Geeta Arya. Now these are awards are for the staff members of innovative publication. Neelam Rathore, Subscription Manager. Ms. Neelam Rathore, Subscription Manager. Neelam Rathore. Yogesh, next. Yogesh Singh, PHP web developer.
Can I request whole IT team to come inside hall? Yeah, come in front. Good. So they all are hardworking editorial assistant team, and they are the backbone of innovative publication. A young dynamic team. So
applause for Yogesh. Next, Anshu Chauhan, Editorial Manager and HR. Anshu Chauhan. Chetan Malik, E-commerce and book production. Chetan, where is Chetan? Chetan Malik. E-commerce and book production. Shivani Singh, Business Development Executive. Dr. Jyotsna, can you join me on the stage? Shivani Singh, Business Development Executive. Dr. Jyotsna, join me on the stage, please. Himanshu Dhyani, here. Copy editor.
Vivek Kumar Dubey, Marketing Manager. At least IP team should applaud your team at least. Bubbly Bisht, editorial assistant. Prakash Kumar Srivastav, copy editor. Nisha Yadav, business development executive. Neepu Kumari, web designer and developer. Neepu Kumari. Kiran Kumari. Kiran Kumari. We have Kiran Kumari. Sumit Kumar, office assistant. Sumit Kumar. Ramchandra Yadav, copy editor. The next, Mantosh, hardware and networking. Mantosh is there? Daya Shankar. Daya Shankar. Now we have a round of applause for the cultural performance. The students, those who have performed. The first is Kusum Prajapati. Please come fast. Kusum Prajapati. Akash. Dr. Jitendra Bali. Dr. Jitendra Bali. Next, we will call upon Akash. Dr. Jitendra. Next. Arushi. Poonam. Poonam. Now I would call upon Atul. Atul. Riya. Arush Neha. Neha. Rahul. Now I would request Dr. Ajay Kumar sir. For Young Researcher Award, sir, please. Now I will call upon Zahra Khatun Zaidi for the Best Editor Award. Can we have Zahra ma'am, please? Call upon Anand Saida for the Best Reviewer Award. Now it's an honor to call Arushi Pandit for the web designing. It's nice to see younger Nikita madam working with me. Thank you all.
Now I invite all of the organizing team to be on the dais.
Yes, your attention, please. Mr. Ajay Kumar Sonaware, who has come from all the way from Mumbai, and we are so grateful that you have brought your parents with you. So I would like you to be here on the dais along with your parents. Most welcome. I'm so happy your parents are witness to your achievements. Namaste. Please.
I request the organizing team members to, congratulations, to be on the stage for a group photograph. The organizing team, please be on the stage. Now I request Nikita ma'am and Rakesh sir be on the dais for a book launch, Cord Blood Stem Cell Banking and Transplantation, second edition. The authors are Dr. Brigadier Paramjeet Singh Dod sir. He was Dean of Santosh Medical College, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. PhD, MD, DNB, teacher and examiner of various universities, and also awarded Vishish Seva Medal by the President of India for exemplary professional services. Bas, sir, keh rahe hain, bas bahut ho gaya. So the book. So let us launch this second edition of the book, Cord Blood Stem Cell Banking and Transplantation. I invite our guest of honor, Dr. Arun, to be on the stage. Dr. Arun, please join us on the stage. Please be quiet. A big applause.
Dr. Madan Jayaraman, sir, for Best Young Researcher Award.
I invite Mr. Vikas Malik, VMAX Global Services, VMAC Global Services to the stage. I invite Brigadier Sir to say a few words.
ये काम करते हैं Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's rather late, but there are दो शब्द, only 2 words. You know, this is the first time I'm attending a book launch. 2 किताबें लिखी, कहाँ है वो मिस्टर राकेश जी, उन्होंने छापी and आज लॉन्च हुई. किताब लिखने में बहुत मेहनत है. It took me 2 years to write 2 books. But from this year onwards, I'm going to write 2 books in 1 year. And the kitabe, they are on the latest topics: stem cell, regenerative medicine, tissue engineering. अभी जो लिखना हूँ, that is on platelet-rich plasma, clinical application. उसके बाद वाली किताब hair restoration, जिनके बाल नहीं है, उनके लिए किताब. So I'll keep on writing, and hopefully you will read it. ज़्यादातर मेरी किताबें are given free. I don't take money for it. I feel the more kitabe you give to the people, they will read it. And once again, from the bottom of my heart, I will thank Mr. Rakesh ji, जिन्होंने ये किताबें publish की, and he has been marketing them heavily. Thank you so very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite the organizing team on the stage for a group photograph. Please. Rakesh, sir. Please call on stage, everybody. Join us on stage. Everyone, ma'am. PJ ma'am, please. Everyone, please join us on stage. Please, sir, please join us on the stage.
Why you are there?
जो बोलेगा उसकी फोटो नहीं आएगी.
That is please.
Thank you so much. हाँ देखिए नहीं बनी मेरा आ रहा है ओके सिंगल हो गया
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Card copy? Card. Card. Copy कितने? बचा हुआ है?
एक बचा हुआ है कॉपी। कौन करेगा?
मालिक